is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto na naman sa isang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo din sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. In a highly competitive healthcare industry, Dr. Almario Habson steering the De Los Santos Medical Center towards new heights of success and patient care. With a steadfast commitment to balancing the delicate equilibrium between patient services and profitability, Dr. Habson exemplifies the core values of compassionate healthcare combined with strategic business acumen. The De Los Santos Medical Center and its award-winning patient care is now open for business. Today, we will be infused with insights into the future of the healthcare industry, exploring the transformative impact of modern technologies and methodologies on healthcare delivery and gaining a deeper understanding of the delicate balance between patient-centric care and sustainable business practices. Moreover, the De Los Santos Medical Center's recent accolade from Healthcare Asia Awards for its outstanding facilities improvement initiative is a testament to his unwavering dedication to excellence and innovation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Almario Habson, CEO and President of the DLSMC and a practicing neuro-onco surgeon as we embark on a journey of discovery and enlightenment into the dynamic world of healthcare leadership under his exemplary leadership. How are you po, Doctor?
Hi, Arman.
Okay. There's so much that's happening in the health and wellness industry and syempre lalo na sa hospital industry. And congratulations with your most recent accolade, and I understand you went to Marina Bay Sands in Singapore and splurge on the beauty of the island. But what is important is you have this new award that's a testament to the innovation that the hospital is extending to Filipinos. If you can share briefly what that award is.
Well, it's actually a recognition given by the international award-giving body to various healthcare facilities who manage to surpass certain standards when it comes to innovation or facility improvement in a certain field. Like for example, for De Los Santos, what we did was we've increased our service offerings, and then this service offerings sink in to get more patients and to offer more so that our hospital will more or less move at par with world-class standards. So,
speaking of world-class standards, Doctor, we know that even in a lot of the award-giving bodies, the criteria, the research, how they choose, how they nominate awardees is already stringent. Especially in the hospital industry. We know that with the hospital industry, it has to be very specific, it has to be very precise. Can you give us an insight? How are you nominated into this award-giving body?
basically, it's a Southeast Asian award-giving body. You give them what you've accomplished within the last year, and then they will screen it and then see if you fit the certain criteria established by this award-giving body. It's synonymous by, for example, it's synonymous with you going for a Grammy, you going for an Oscar. It's a one-time thing. It's a yearly event held, assuming that you met a certain criteria, and then a board of judges will more or less scrutinize what you have accomplished and validate if the accomplishment is true or not.
Wow, wow. That's interesting po. Nearly a year since you became the CEO, what was your vision for the Los Santos Medical Center when you assumed leadership? And how has that vision evolved over the past months? I think the award is very significant because it covers your leadership. What was your vision for the Los Santos?
What we saw was a hospital full of potential. It's a 50-year-old facility with a lot of history, a lot of good doctors who are very, very respectable in their own fields. It just needs a little help. And I was thankful that my predecessors from the De Los Santos side and the one who replaced him from De Los Santos MPH side, they were really building on the gains that was done before them. So what I did was I built on the gains of my predecessors from the De Los Santos, from the next administration, then the next administration I followed. The vision during my time, the vision is more or less fluid. So the vision during my time, it's time for De Los Santos to take the next step because we're a 50-year history. So it's time for De Los Santos to really achieve these world-class standards. Really, it's time for De Los Santos to be more aggressive in competing with a good healthcare delivery. Yeah, that's basically what we have. Good doctors, we have good facility which needs to be improved, but nonetheless they are good facility. Then we have good employee support. So all of them come mixed together is really a good recipe to really move forward.
Wow,
already.
that's interesting to know, Doctor. But when you mentioned about this 50-year history, have you celebrated?
Yeah, we celebrated last December.
Okay, you celebrated your golden years. It's admirable to see institutions spanning 5 decades. You know, my question related to that: there are hospitals that are known for specific fields. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor, but some are known for treating cancer patients, ganyan. Some are known for treating other diseases. But you said you're comprised of many doctors from various disciplines. But when we talk of De Los Santos, ano ba yung pag narinig mo, De Los Santos, ito. Siyempre, andyan kayo, kaya baka neuro ang sasabihin mo. Neuro-onco.
De Los Santos will always be a multi-specialty hospital. There are several categories here. De Los Santos multi-specialty. And when we assume the team, it's always about the team. So the team talk together, okay, we'll focus on 4 programs that we developed. One is orthopedics. So De Los Santos has a proud history of being an orthopedic hospital.
Okay.
Second will be critical care.
When you say critical care?
That's ICU care.
Okay.
So we have a good ICU critical care team, which we onboarded. So when you go to De Los Santos ICU, you're not cared for by a regular generalist. You're cared for by a critical care expert.
Wow.
That's for De Los Santos. And then the minimally invasive meaning small holes. When you talk about surgery, it's basically trauma with precision, right? Whether it be done by a cut or a radiation, it's trauma. So it's minimally invasive, small trauma, small incision inside to be able to get what you need to treat or cure. And then
the fourth?
And then the fourth will be neurocritical care.
I was expecting that.
Yeah, because I'm a neurosurgical oncologist.
Okay, but it's interesting, Doctor, when you said that ortho is one, because based on this research, the founder, Dr. Jose de los Santos, is the father of Philippine orthopedics. So that's really something, as you mentioned, you are banking on the gains and the long history of the hospital. Now, going back to the award, DLSMC has received this prestigious award, so the Facilities Management Improvement Initiative of the Year under your leadership. For some people, for the customers, for the patients, how will this impact? What's the significance of this to the hospital and the patients?
The impact is the hospital will be more complete, will be more adept in caring for their need. Basically, you classify De Los Santos as a boutique hospital, right? 150 beds. So it's a boutique hospital. Whenever you go there, you get what you need and you leave. It's a very simple task. No smokes and mirrors, nothing of all this fancy things. You go there, you get what you need, and then you get what you paid for, and then you get this. You get a very compassionate care at a very reasonable price. Basically, that's what De Los Santos is.
Being a boutique hospital, is it by design?
Basically, it's by design initially, but because of the new direction of the hospital already, we plan to really expand De Los Santos into a 3-phase construction expansion within the next few years. It's a medium-term plan. It will be transferring to a 7-story facility. In the adjacent lot, we'll be transferring our medical office building, and later on we'll have multi-level parking to accommodate more patients, more nursing units, as well as an oncology unit. This will happen within the next 10 years. An aggressive expansion plan for the Los Santos Medical Center.
Wow, wow. And I hope there will be more awards there, and I hope
The master plan's ready already. You just have to go through it and how to go about it.
Now, how important is it for the institutions to get accredited for quality standards? What are your plans for pursuing such accreditations or certifications to further enhance the quality of care and services provided by DLSMC? Pero when they go to that hospital, sometimes they don't look for awards, but they have that kind of experience. When they go to that hospital, they are treated well, the care is excellent, but you still strive to do these certifications to claim for these awards. Is it because of also the fierce competition amongst hospitals in the Philippines? I remember with De Los Santos, I know a lot of people na parang, I was born in De Los Santos.
Yeah,
My
50 years.
parents, my brothers, ganyan, because of the long history. And they remember that. And it's part of the family history of that member.
This accreditation or awards, it's about validation. It's about you being validated. I might be doing something right. What I've been doing or the process that I've been doing might be right because I'm being validated for that. If you have that validation, you know inside that I'm not missing out on something. And then during the process of those awards or validation, it helps you improve some more. So these are the things. It's actually for the patient also. It's not because of you getting the plaque. It's more or less for you to improve on. Para malaman mo rin if you're doing something right, right? It helps the patient as well. It benefits the patient.
Tsaka there's sense of security,
Yeah.
diba? And assurance.
Yeah. What the patient feels is actually the whole experience. And De Los Santos has that. From start to finish, because we have a very robust Center for Experience team. So from start to finish, the patient really feels it's a personalized service. As I mentioned earlier, no smokes and mirrors, no added ingredients, walang masyadong palamunti. We will take care of you in De Los Santos, or just not, hindi ka lang numero. We know your name. We know where you live. Alam mo yun, we know you personally, and it is a relationship when it comes to De Los Santos. Because it's a small hospital, it's a boutique hospital, we can afford to do that. You go to a bigger hospital, they know your number, right? They know you as a number. In De Los Santos, it doesn't happen.
As you explain it,
Yeah.
yes, I agree, because I have had that kind of experience there as well, and kudos to your team. But my next question is that when you talk about the hospital industry, you will feel that the strength really are the doctors behind that. And again, with these awards, with these new accolades, is the pressure also mounting to the people behind it? Like, say, for example, since we have this new certification, you the doctors also is taking that pressure to improve their craft, and also not only that, in terms of innovation, are there like technology is also an impact there. I understand you have new centers, which you can discuss later, but with the doctors, is this something that's also pressuring them to make sure that they deliver what is promised to patients in terms of patient care?
Well, I don't see that, because most of the doctors of De Los Santos have been very, very adept with the latest technology, the latest knowledge. And it's inherent in all doctors. Regardless of whether it's a stimulus or not, you actually study, you update yourself. And I see them around, they're cool about it, and they give a lot of ideas. And actually, I'm very fortunate to have a very mature medical director who involves a lot of people in the Los Santos. So with having a robust team and a good medical director to see this, to facilitate all this with the doctors, the Los Santos is really better off right now.
With the many developments in health and wellness, we see even regular patients now have access to a lot of information. Like say, for example, when you are diagnosed with this, talagang akala mo, mas magaling ba sila sa doktor?
Yeah.
Diba? When they are diagnosed, sabi nila, oh, but you know, Google says that something like this and something like that. Diba? Parang they sound like they're experts because of the access to information. Pero, paano ba yon? Like say, you are a doctor yourself. How do you manage enhancing or updating yourself? As you mentioned, they are credible. It's inherent to the doctors. But siyempre, nag-iiba yung consumer or patient behavior na si patient mismo, parang they have access to the information. And most of you, all hospitals, they have access to websites of different clinics, di ba? How do you manage if you meet a patient like that?
Anytime you're diagnosing a certain disease, you give differentials. And you have to tell them, this is not, whatever you've researched does not fit in this particular differentials. Differential is a different diagnosis that you form.
Okay.
For example, whenever the patient comes in with a complaint like headache, you have several differentials that come to mind. It might be a stroke, it might be a tumor, it might be a migraine, it might be tension headache. And then you explain each differential why it's not possible and why it is most likely diagnosis. And most doctors can do that. And most doctors usually read journals. They go to annual conventions, whether local or abroad. They consult their peers. We have our weekly conferences, in section conference, division conferences, wherein exchange of ideas between experts really ensues.
Yeah, that's both interesting and very tough. Kasi siyempre, you have to upgrade, di ba?
You're a perennial student. You're a student for
Yes.
life once you're in the medical field.
Okay. It's something very stressful also.
Yeah.
So how does DLSMC prioritize patient care services, and what steps have been taken to ensure exceptional patient experiences? We heard that DLSMC has enlisted the expertise of professionals with hospitality backgrounds to implement changes at the hospital. Was this strategy impactful?
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure you've experienced that. So from start to finish of patient journey, the patient is actually guided from admission to actual discharge. They're being guided by one person and make sure that a particular experience is seamless. It may not be like hotel, but it's just enough for the patient to get what he or she needs. Whatever you need, we'll give it to you direct, and you'll be better for it. Kasi at the same time, kasi whenever you give more than they don't need, parang niloloko mo rin sila, and then you give cost. You put it down, that's an added cost. And we don't do that in the Los Santos. No? It has to be a direct patient service, a simple patient service, but personalized. And you'll feel better for it. And the whole pathway is very, very seamless.
With the competition in hospitals, we realized that it's like a typical marketplace also, where these are businesses and you operate sometimes very close to each other. And in terms of competition, I like the way you mentioned about the positioning of De Los Santos. But again, looking at how they position in terms of their marketing strategy, they think of ways to make it appeal like it's a new place, like the hospital concept. In your case, are you challenged by that? Although you have already explained, Doctor, that it's more of a direct patient approach that's personalized. And that's a good thing because when you go to the hospital, yun naman talagang gusto mo, gumaling ka at maserbisyuhan yung ano
At
mo.
umuwi ka agad.
Oo.
No one wants to spend their holidays in the hospital.
Tama.
Right?
At pag lumalampas ng 3 araw, alam na. Okay. but again, with all that's happening, what are the marketing strategies that you think will make patients or customers or the general public know na parang, wow, I'll go to De Los Santos because they have this?
What we've been doing in De Los Santos is adding more services to reach our complete hospital status.
Like, what are these services?
Like, for example, our chemo infusion unit, our oncology program is in the works, our cardiovascular programs is in the works, recently our wound and stoma center, that's part of our chronic care center facility. Everything is hinged on a particular aspect of healthcare that you want to position yourself in. For example, we are positioning De Los Santos towards addressing more of chronic care, long-term stroke patients, cardiovascular diseases, hypertension, oncology. So we are positioning De Los Santos towards that because we are predicting that healthcare will be expensive, will be more expensive year in and year out. It's better for patients to go to De Los Santos for chronic care because we can actually stretch their peso, right? Kasi when it comes to chronic care, hindi naman sprint yan eh. Marathon treatment yan.
When you say marathon treatment, tuloy-tuloy siya talaga.
Tuloy-tuloy, matagal yan. So, where do you want to spend it? Halimbawa, ito lang yun. In a hospital na your 1 peso is worth 1 month or in a hospital where your 1 peso is worth 3 months. That's what we're positioning. And we're finding ways for De Los Santos, for the patient to really stretch their peso some more. And healthcare in the Philippines is ridiculously expensive already. What we're doing for De Los Santos is actually making it cheaper for the average Filipino. Yeah. Especially for chronic care patients. Yung parang sinabing, na-hospital ka na nga, okay, na-hospital ka, gumaling ka nga, paglabas mo na wala kang pera.
Magkakasakit ka ulit.
Magkakasakit ka ulit. Di ba? Parang mali eh. So that's what we're doing in De Los Santos. We're finding ways to address this gap. Yeah.
Wow, that's really a good service to the nation. I'm pausing to digest it because I like what I hear. Of course, I have members of the family, I have brothers, sisters, and I have relatives who go into that. And I agree with you. The challenge is that healthcare is really expensive, especially if you don't have health insurance or you don't have HMOs. It's really challenging for a lot of people. From a family clinic to a level 3 tertiary hospital, DLSMC's journey is quite remarkable. What are some unique aspects or programs at DLSMC that set it apart from other healthcare facilities?
In terms of service offering, it's actually basically almost the same. What is more striking is the personalized service, the added value, the more reasonable rates, the concept of us stretching your peso for De Los Santos. Basically, that's the major difference when it comes to healthcare delivery.
We know that everybody, that the whole world, the entire population is your market, correct? But siyempre, kakaiba naman tayo ng socio-economic class, di ba? So, how are hospitals treating it? We know that some may avail of these expensive healthcare treatments and some may not. In the business of running a hospital, how do you manage it, that it somehow gives impact and patient care to the different demographics?
There's no actually definite formula for it. It's more of a guideline. So what are the guidelines that we follow in De Los Santos? Number one, it needs to be compassionate. It needs to be reasonable care. It should not impair the financial status of the patient. The delivery of the care that you want to deliver, the treatment, should be within world standard treatment. Basically, those are the 4 guidelines that we follow when it comes to this. What we're also saying in De Los Santos, we're we're not greedy people, right? So that's why we don't price our services that high.
And I remember there was one time also that hospital facilities extended or took that innovation in bringing satellite clinics to the different areas, and especially during the pandemic. In terms of innovation, can you give me an insight on how ready De Los Santos is in terms of this digitalization, in terms of addressing the need for patients who want the care nearer to their places or taking it via online?
For De Los Santos, kasi it's not actually just De Los Santos, it's the whole Metro Pacific network. Metro Pacific Hospital, they will launch a DFD program.
Which means?
Digital Front Door program.
Okay.
All patients of Metro Pacific Hospital will have access to this online. No? So everything will be coursed through it. So that's a very good strategy by at the enterprise level of Metro Pacific. They're very good. Whatever they thinking, talagang they think about the whole thing at a holistic process. The innovation did not come from one hospital; it came from the higher up, which is a very good innovation on that part. In terms of us delivering the service, it has been done by several hospitals already. Actually, it's not an innovation anymore. De Los Santos has its own van when we can go to the patient anytime, whenever you need it. We call that a home care, and most hospital has that already. But the only thing is, because we are smaller, we are classified as boutique, we can more or less respond faster.
There's really advantages when you are smaller, you're more agile. Okay.
Yes.
No. And then, doctor, you mentioned about Metro Pacific, this group of hospitals. What is the advantage of that? We know that you have the backing, of that enterprise. We know that it's a huge organization also that supports it. If you can compare, how De Los Santos was without that support, how do you assess the gains of being a part of that conglomerate?
De Los Santos in itself, as De Los Santos, is actually a good hospital with its own footing and its clientele. The name of the Metro Pacific helped. So, helped De Los Santos to realize some gains, and together with the partnership of Metro Pacific and the De Los Santos family. It's actually a partnership, the Metro Pacific Group and the Los Santos family. And actually, they're making strides for De Los Santos to reach its maximum potential.
Pero pag ganun, doctor, siyempre may sarili kang targets. Parang kahit na member ka nun, kumbaga, you are given that specific target for you to, make it work. It's independently run, correct? Can you describe the relationship where you don't have maybe that facility and then you refer it to that hospital under the Metro Pacific Group? Is that the way how
Yes,
it's done?
we actually do that. We actually do that. Shared service to shared service. We do that. For example, some Metro Pacific Hospital somewhere in North will refer to De Los Santos. In some facilities, we refer to another Metro Pacific Hospital.
But it doesn't have to be Metro Pacific lang, di ba? You can refer it to the other. Siyempre, priority lang.
Priority will always be the Metro Pacific Hospital.
And speaking of patient care and profitability, because I asked for targets, how do you strike that balance between patient care and profitability? Kasi, Doc, marami din kaming nakakausap at nanonood dito sa Open for Business na siyempre sa mga malalayong lugar, may mga experts din doon, may mga doctors din doon. So sa simula, parang may nakakausap kami na clinic lang, but eventually, nagpatayo na ng mga hospital din doon na kailangan din ng komunidad dahil para hindi na nila i-travel yung mga pasyente nila dito sa Manila. Gaano ba kahirap din naman yung magbibigay ka ng patient care na mataas ang uri, na gumagaling, but this is also a business. So what's that balance between patient care and the profitability of running a hospital?
You have to be guided. There has to be a certain guidance when it comes to pricing. So you have to be compassionate, you have to be reasonable, you don't be too greedy. Make sure it's a direct service, the minimum impact, things like that. And then when it comes to, because De Los Santos, basically we have a lot of packages. These packages, when it comes, for example, If you go to Los Santos for lap cole, there's package for lap cole with minimal margins. And most patients can avail of
Baka
that.
hindi maintindihan po yung lap cole.
Laparoscopic cholecystectomy.
Okay.
Yeah, yung tatanggalin yung abdo. Right?
Okay.
So we give this with minimal margins.
Okay.
And the patient is better for it. Given if you do the same procedure in another hospital, it's more expensive. So that's what we did. We're guided by these things, by the pricing issue. Make sure that the patient will not be financially be impaired when they get discharged. That's one of the things that we put in our head.
With the guidelines that you have set for the Los Santos, you are actually helping the nation, the citizens, especially when you look at those packages that provides high priority on making it affordable to Filipinos. Pero maliban po doon, ano pa yung mga challenges in the healthcare system? Ito po ba may din ba? May bureaucracy din po ba dito? Parang how about government regulation? Are there issues also that somehow impedes the growth of the Philippine healthcare system?
Inherently, except whether it's government or private, healthcare is really expensive. And our government has priorities din naman. So hindi naman nila kayang ibigay buhos lahat yan. So kailangan talaga tulungan lang talaga. Private and government should really help each other. Right now, the PhilHealth is helping a lot. But I'm confident that they will help more within the next coming years, especially with the full implementation of the UHE law. It's not a endpoint law. It's not an endpoint thing. I'm pretty sure they will improve upon it year on year. So fill in the gaps. Kasi right now, the Philippines is actually masyadong talaga mahal. It's ridiculously expensive.
Is it because raw materials are not from here and then most of the components, ingredients of the medicines are imported, or is it about corruption? If there are amendments that you can think of in existing government policies, what are these? I don't want to sound very political po, Doctor, kasi hindi naman tayo ASPN. Pero this is a business program. But what do you think are these factors that make our healthcare expensive?
Just make the drugs cheap.
Look at
India.
Senator Blanc.
Just look at India. Yun lang. Just make the drugs cheap. Look at India. I don't know how they did it, but their drugs are really cheap. Basically, that's for the government to find out. I'm pretty sure alam nila yan. So, baka lang kasi meron silang nakikita na hindi natin nakikita. Gusto lang naman natin endpoint Make the drugs cheap. Pero how to go about it, yun yung mahirap.
Okay. Pero Doctor, I just have to ask this, but are there collaborations between the hospital industry as a whole and drug manufacturers?
I'm not aware of anything like that in the Philippines. There might be in some centers, but in the Los Santos, I'm not. We're too small to be.
But in your experience, in your healthcare experience,
normally things like this, collaboration with the drug companies. Normally, it's done by university hospitals. For research
R&D,
hospitals.
yes, for research.
Pero not in small hospital operation.
Okay.
Tsaka research is very expensive also.
Oh yeah. Baka doon, sir, lumalaking presyo at mataas. Pero sabi mo nga, India, kahit ba may research yun basta mababa
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the Indians do it. I'm pretty sure they have a formula for that.
Okay, wow.
Pero that's why their healthcare is very cheap.
Okay, in your view, what are some key areas where the Philippine healthcare industry can improve to better serve the Filipino people?
More support, subsidy in terms of financial subsidy, in terms of government facilities. I'm pretty sure they're doing it already, that improving the government facilities for healthcare. And then the third actually is, mentioned, make the drugs cheap.
Okay, talagang dun mapupunta.
Everything po, pag pinababa mo talaga yung presyo ng gamot, wala talaga.
Tuloy-tuloy na.
Okay na yan tuloy-tuloy na yan.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Dami madadigest dito. Dapat may part 2 tayo, Carmen. Nauso din, Doctor, yung yung medical tourism, because we know that the beauty of the Philippines with the islands, when it's easier, you get healed if you see nature, if you see Boracay, if you see Bohol. And some hospitals do that. They have this medical tourism. Are you going to pursue that as well?
Yeah, we are actually. Within the year, we'll be launching our international patient services.
Focusing on what disease naman?
It will be cardiovascular diseases, cosmetic surgeries, things like that. Mga diseases that do not require a lot of follow-ups. So, De Los Santos will get into that. We get patients already for wellness, for international patients. Actually, what we're targeting are is still Filipino who lives within the Guam area, the Palau area, things like that.
Yeah, that's my next question. Coming from the US na rin, ganyan, US, Guam. Speaking of that, doctor, kasi di ba, pag cosmetic surgery, minsan yung Pinoy, talagang, pupunta sa Korea o kaya pupunta sa Thailand para sa cosmetic surgery. Yun. So parang baliktad, di ba? Parang tayo, yung iba sa atin, ibang mga Pinoy, pumupunta sa ibang bansa para dun sa medical tourism nila. O siguro para pag cosmetic surgery doon, nagbakasyon, pagbalik dito, iba na.
Anonymity. Diba? Anonymity. One of the things that you, di ba?
So, mararating din ba ng Pilipinas yon? Although, the hospital industry has grown tremendously naman and we have a lot of international patients here. But what is your dream then of the hospital industry wherein parang somehow, di ba, parang when you talk of this specific, like say, medical tourism, ang unang may isip ng foreigner o kaya ng Pinoy talaga, Pilipinas pa rin. I'll go back to the Philippines and have my, medical healing there.
Marami na naman nagpapagamot dito when it comes to that. They're just very, very low-key about it. Kasi hindi mo naman papa-advertise if you did something to your face, right? Mabibigla ka na lang. So I'm pretty sure, unless that particular person is a brand ambassador, I don't know if it's a pricing issue, when it comes to medical tourism, but I think our prices are competitive when it comes to, at least for cosmetic. For open heart, our prices are, for cardiovascular, our prices are not that competitive when you compare that to India or even Taiwan. So theirs are really cheap.
But it's good, doctor, that you have these plans for international patient care, because I think when we attended the General Assembly of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, one of the key priority areas talaga is medicine and also tourism. So parang ang makikinabang dun sa key priority areas, dun sa nyo rin, dun sa sector ninyo. As a whole, how do you play a role in advancing the Philippine healthcare industry? And we know that it's going to evolve in the coming years, maybe because of technology, lalo na may mga nagsusulputan, doctor, ng mga bagong diseases. Who knew about this COVID-19 naman before, di ba? But is De Los Santos ready for that as well? And how do you see, or how do you envision De Los Santos playing a role in this evolving medical landscape?
As long as you have that mindset, as long as you have the mindset of continuously evolving, continuously learning, continuously improving, you'll always be, you keep yourself ready. You're always ready to face these challenges. As long as you don't stop improving or learning or innovating, that's the mindset of the Los Santos people right now. That because we're doing this, we know that we are always ready to face any challenge there is. And we know that we can actually contribute to healthcare delivery in the country.
Wow, that's the best way to end this conversation with Dr. Hapson, the CEO and President of the Los Santos Medical Center. But, sir, before we finish, saan ba ang De Los Santos? Where will they find you? Do you also have a Facebook, a YouTube, and a lot of people will now definitely search for this quality but affordable healthcare.
De Los Santos is located in E. Rodriguez, a modest-sized hospital there. We have our Facebook account. We also have our website. You can just look at it, and then you can find the exact location of the Los Santos Medical Center. It may not look impressive, but I'm pretty sure once you go in, you'll feel the personalized service of the hospital.
Thank you, Doctor. And I've been to De Los Santos. Your facilities are also impressive. We also feel like home. And I'd like to thank your marketing team as well because they've been bringing a lot of doctors here to Kada Umaga, to
And they're very, very
ASPN.
impressive.
Yes, and when they talk about, and it's good that we are giving this public information on health and wellness, and we appreciate that they try to laymanize, these medical terms to a lot of people. And what's good thing about your doctors is that people are informed. That the viewers who watch TV, who go to Facebook and YouTube, they're informed of the various diseases, lalo na yung mga uso. And we thank you for allowing the doctors and also the expertise to share an elevated patient care to Filipinos and also to Open for Business. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. It's a night dedicated to celebrating achievements at the Golden Globe Annual Awards for Business Excellence and Outstanding Filipino Achievers. Now on its 17th edition, this award-giving body continues to pay tribute to the indefatigable spirit of those who chose to raise the bar. Here at the Fiesta Pavilion of Manila Hotel, we are in the midst of those who have achieved remarkable success and set new benchmarks in their respective fields. Join us and let's get to know their formula for excellence.
And from the sidelines, I'm Dia Gonzalez to help bring some of the night's highlights here at the 17th Golden Globe Annual Awards for Business Excellence and Outstanding Philippine Achievers.
Tonight, we come together to honor those who have set the bar high and truly outshone their respective fields with their remarkable achievements. Of course, I'm extremely grateful to all of you who have been wholeheartedly supporting our foundation for 17 years now. Maraming salamat po sa inyong mga magandang serbisyong binibigay, sa inyong magandang produkto, sa inyong magandang handog sa mga consumers, bibigay ng magandang serbisyo sa pagdinegosyo. We want you to know that you are valued. You are valued and cherished. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. And tonight, we will celebrate your achievements and successes. Let us continue to build on this momentum. Let's forge new paths. Let us inspire our future generations and to excel in the right business.
Congratulations, by the way. What do you feel about this award?
Yeah, it's an honor to be awarded as one of the exceptional Filipino achiever. Thank you very much sa Golden Globe Awards.
Yes. Please bigyan niyo po kami ng brief explanation. Ano po ang inyong products and services?
Yeah, actually, we do modular kitchen cabinet, closets. So our services is more on installation and supply of a modular cabinet.
Wow, this is a pretty competitive field in the Philippines because we have many companies that do this. What makes your company stand out po? What strategy do you have?
Our advantage, I could say, dahil kami, when it comes to design, we do bespoke design, but we do locally, pero all the materials is imported from Germany, Austria, mga ganyan.
Can you tell me what have you gone through challenges and paano nyo po na-overcome? Lalo na CEO na po kayo, you have to lead the whole company. How do you do that?
Yeah, it's a humble beginning. I started my company like, I think 8 person only because I used to work in one of the biggest modular company in the Philippines. I start Started my company 2015, so nasa 9 years na siya. Yeah, so advantage my experiences. And then of course, yung mga services namin, talagang when it comes to quality, then commitment to the client, something like that.
Na-mention you pa you started with 8. How did you expand the company? What is the key to expand a company?
Well, because of our good services, lumaki yung company, the demand of the clients. So yung team namin, nag-join yung iba, yung mga dati kong colleagues. So ngayon, we are about 150 already.
Wow.
Yeah.
150 from 8. That is astounding. I want to learn more from people like you. Congratulations once again, Sir Rommel.
Thank you,
So
thank you
nice to
very
meet
much.
you. Gusto ko lang tanong kasi sobrang successful na ang kumpanya nyo. Anong mga challenges na pinagdaanan ng kumpanya at paano nyo na-overcome?
Sobrang daming challenges. Pwede ko sabihin yung isa yung late payments sa mga clients. So, kailangan mo talaga mag-abona ng millions of money. Yes. So, yun ang pinaka number one. Then, napaka-basic na lang yung iba. Puzzle lang.
So, na-mention nyo po na this company started from your dad,
Yeah.
right? And do you think being his son and the exposure really played an advantage to your position right now?
Sa totoo lang, duman talaga ako sa pinakamababang posisyon. From inspector, nag-inspect lang ako ng guards. And then, I climb papunta dito sa position ko. So, isa din, benefits din dahil, of course, the wisdom of my father and mother sa mga tinuturo nila sa akin, mga techniques. Pero iba rin talaga ang competition dito sa Manila. So, ito talaga nakatulong sa akin.
Congratulations, and I hope that your company keeps thriving in the industry. All right, for those who don't know, I have a pretty sweet tooth, so I stopped by the Craft Customized Cakes. I'm with their chef, Chef Therese. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, nice to meet you.
I love your smile.
Thank you so much.
All right, so as much as I love your smile, I also love the pastries that I see behind us, as you can see.
Our company is just a startup company this year. We do customized cakes, and we also do pastries and cakes and desserts. As you can see, we have here different kinds of pastries and desserts that we sell now here in Manila Hotel. So this customized craft is very special to us because this is our own and own version and own recipes crafted. So please support the Craft Customized Cakes.
Where can they find you on social media?
Yes, we also have our Instagram and Facebook. So you can just search the Craft Customized Cakes.
What sacrifice did you give for this company to excel?
Yeah, we started the business with very, very small capital and tried to seek help from the bank, but we were not qualified to get loans from the bank, so we had to go to the loan sharks, and that's the sacrifices. We have to bear the big interest, but we succeed later because of hard work.
Ano pong mapapayo nyo sa mga kabataan na gusto mag-start ng business at kanilang kumpanya?
Dapat nandun yung passion, nandun yung kaalaman, alam mo lahat yung ins and outs ng business. And number one is you have at least one captured customer. Kung may nagtiwala sa iyo isang customer na yan, kailangan alagaan mo yan. Huwag mong sirain yung tiwala nila sa inyo. And tuloy-tuloy na yan na magiging successful ka.
Tonight's event truly sparked our inner Filipino, the fire that we have as Filipinos. Keep striving for excellence and never settle for less. Once again, congratulations to all the awardees tonight.
All the best to driving progress and making a positive impact in our industries and communities. Thank you for inspiring us to strive for excellence, to innovate, and to lead with integrity. For Open for Business, this is Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. The healthcare industry is at a crossroads, facing unprecedented challenges and opportunities. From technological advancements to changing patient expectations, the industry is constantly evolving. However, at its core, healthcare remains a noble profession centered around the fundamental goal of healing and caring for others. The transformation of the Los Santos Medical Center is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of healthcare providers. What began as a small family clinic has grown into a beacon of hope and healing for countless individuals, thanks to the visionary leadership and unwavering commitment of its staff. More so, this is a perfect example of what can be achieved through innovation, dedication, and relentless pursuit of excellence. And with that, our quote of the week is from Hippocrates, a Greek physician. He said, "Wherever the art of medicine is loved, there is also a love of humanity." Thank you very much, Dr. Almario. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Maraming salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. As data is king in this digital age, great power comes with great responsibility. Let's navigate the Data Privacy Act with the help of an expert, Attorney Arnel D. Mateo, the President and CEO of ADM and the current President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Quezon City. Let's keep our business data safe here at Open for Business. Our data is constantly collected, stored, and used whenever we access websites or social media. This raises important questions about privacy and control. The country's Data Privacy Act aims to protect our rights, but navigating its intricacies can be challenging. Joining us for an insightful discussion is Attorney Arnel D. Mateo, a leading data protection expert who is also the President and CEO of ADM and Partners Data Privacy Consulting. He will break down the key aspects of the DPA, focusing on the impact on businesses and individuals. We'll also discuss how it compares with global data privacy laws and how local businesses can comply. How are you, attorney?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Cesar, for inviting PCCI and ADM and partners here.
I was a little bit adamant and hesitant on today's episode because this is data privacy, and based on research, attorney, in terms of data security, the overall awareness of data privacy here in the Philippines remains low. That's according to the 2019 National ICT Household Survey. Pero kahit na mababa, attorney, yung awareness dun sa data privacy, marami na rin mga Pilipino na nakakaranas ng security breach, na i-scam. So maybe to introduce it, what exactly is data privacy?
Well, when we speak of data privacy, it is the right of the individual to have control over their data. So the data subject, which refers to the individual, us, consumers, clients of businesses, we have the right to know how our data is being processed, where is it going, who is processing it. So under the data privacy law, it requires entities, individuals who collect personal data to ensure that they follow certain principles when processing the data of the individual, as well as to respect the privacy rights of the data subjects.
I remember many years back, this is not practiced. We don't necessarily care about it. Like data that's been collected from us are our telephone numbers, di ba? All of a sudden, you get calls from various entities, individuals calling you in. Di ba? Meron po yung iba na kapag hindi nila kilala yung number, parang they don't respond to it.
Yes.
But some, they respond to it, and when they respond to it, yun pala, ahente or nagbebenta ng kung ano-ano. So some individuals would ask where and how did they get the number. So isa po ba yun sa pinoprotektahan ng data privacy law, wherein karapatan ng bawat individual or business na ibigay kung kanino lang yung dapat mapagbigyan ng number mo?
Yes, correct. Under the data privacy law, we have what we call the principle of transparency. So under the principle of transparency, it requires that the data subjects should know how their data is being processed. So there's an obligation on the part of the personal information controller. Yun yung tawag natin sa nagko-collect, nagpa-process ng data. Personal information controller, they have the obligation to inform the data subject as to the nature, extent, purpose for the processing of their data. So that means if they are going to collect the data of the individual, they have to notify the person, why are you collecting the data? What will be the purposes? Are you going to sell some product to the individual? Are you going to share it? You have to state that to the data subject. And of course, dapat alam ni data subject until when will you use the data. So kapag ngayon, meron ganong situation na may biglang tumawag kay individual sa data subject, he has the right to know. So one of his privacy rights is the right to be informed. So he can ask questions, whoever is calling the individual, kanino mo nakuha yung aking data? Paano mo yan nakuha? Kapag hindi ma-explain mabuti, the data subject has the right to object. Pwede niyang sabihin doon sa tumatawag sa kanya, don't call me anymore. Okay? Kasi I did not authorize you nor the person that you're mentioning para gamitin yung data ko.
What is the right of the data subject? Halimbawa, tumawag pa rin. So parang, ito ba yung karaniwang batas na tinatawagan mo ako, didemanda na kita, parang ganon. Ano yung may karapatan bang magdemanda or anong complaint ang pwedeng gagawin niya dun sa tumatawag?
Yes, merong right to complain. Una, kung kilala natin kung saan ang galing yung tumatawag, anong company, you can address your complaint to the data protection officer of the organization. So, yung data protection officer must address the complaint of the individual. Kapag hindi yan na-address properly ng data protection officer under the law, the data subject or the individual can go to the National Privacy Commission. Then the National Privacy Commission can then proceed to investigate ano ba yung violation na ginawa doon sa data subject. And if there's a finding from the National Privacy Commission na there's really a violation, na violate yung right to privacy ng individual, pwede niya yung i-recommend for prosecution. So that means pwedeng dalhin sa korte at magkaroon ng fine and penalties yung nag-violate ng privacy rights.
You mentioned, Attorney Mateo, of the National Privacy Commission. What is the power? Under what office is the National Privacy Commission?
The National Privacy Commission is under the office of the DICT, and their power is, of course, to ensure the implementation of the data privacy law. So the National Privacy Commission requires registration, and they monitor companies and personal information controllers if they're complying with the requirements of registration, the conduct of the privacy impact assessment, the requirement to come up with privacy policies, the implementation of security measures, and of course, reporting of data breaches. So the National Privacy Commission, they can initiate investigation kapag merong violation. They can issue cease and desist order. They can tell the company na nag-violate ng right, you have to stop processing unless masatisfy mo yung requirement namin. So they can issue compliance orders. Sasabihin ni NPC, you need to conduct privacy impact assessment. You need to explain this. So until you satisfy that, hindi ka muna pwedeng mag-process ng data. So medyo ano siya sa business, no? It can affect your business kapag you receive those orders from the NPC. Kasi syempre, imagine if, let us say, nasa delivery service, tapos nagkaroon ka ng violation, tapos sasabihin ni NPC, stop it. So, yung sales mo maapektuhan kasi pag kailangan may tumawag, may delivery service, hindi mo pwedeng i-process kasi you have to comply first.
I see. But in terms of compliance and if there are violations, how long will the process take?
It takes time, but under the NPC rules of procedure, meron silang timeline na dapat within 6 months and not more than 1 year matapos yung issue. So when there's a compliance order, normally the NPC will give you 30 days or even less to comply. So kung ikaw ay nag-violate tapos first time mo naka-receive ng ganong notices from MPC, mahirap. Pero kung ikaw ay sumusunod na, yung 30 days would be enough. Pero pag wala kang compliance talaga, it will take more than 30 days. And sa amin, sa ADMN Partners, for our clients, we monitor their compliance. So from the registration, sa pag-conduct ng privacy impact assessment, sa pag-come up with their privacy policies, even the implementation of those privacy policies, minomonitor namin yan. So, with those checklists in mind, yung ating pillars of compliance, we can assure na later on, kung magkaroon ng problema, hindi tayo may hirapan na sumunod dun sa sasabihin ni NPC.
There's a lot of industries, institutions, or companies who collect data, di ba? Of course, a lot of the consumers here transact with banks. Parang yan, kasama yung banks, or maybe when you go to a grocery, or of course, the telecom companies, and even airlines.
Yes.
Yun. What are these institutions or companies who approach you na parang, sige, guide us on our data privacy so that we have that compliance with NPC? Paano po yan? What industries normally get the services of data protection companies?
Normally, those who collect heavily data. So we have clients from the airline industry, we have schools, hospitals, even marketing companies. Actually, kapag ikaw nagko-collect ng data, kailangan mag-comply ka. So hindi ibig sabihin na maliit na company ka lang is hindi ka covered dito. So regardless of your size, you're covered, especially kung you rely on data to do your business. Eh sa atin, yung simpleng pag-hire ng tao, paggawa ng HR work, that's already processing, no? So regular activity rin yan ang bawat companies. So kung ikaw ay isang kumpanya, kahit hindi ikaw big company but you do HR-related work, kailangan mag-comply ka pa rin. Regardless of your size, if you collect personal data, minsan kasi pwede kang individual professional. So, isa ka lang.
Yes.
Pero yung data na kinokollect mo, sobrang dami. 100 individuals, 1,000 sensitive personal information. So, you're still covered. So kami, we cater to micro, small, large companies regardless of their industries.
How would now individuals or small companies or businesses learn that their data is used by that? May campaign din ba kayo or the industry na, hindi, dapat basahin nyo lahat, pati yung fine print,
Yes.
di ba? Paano po ba yun?
Sa data privacy industry ngayon, what we do is we conduct public trainings. And through these public trainings and information campaigns, we educate our data subjects on how to exercise their rights, what to do, especially mga practical na situations like kung meron kang pinipirmahan na registration, tapos may nakita mo na mga ganitong information, ano pwede mong gawin? Regarding that, no, so during our trainings, we tell our participants na hindi ibig sabihin na nag-sign ka ng registration at mayroong privacy notice is pwede ka nabentahan ng produkto or pwede ka nilang tawagan to offer services. A privacy notice is not consent. Ang privacy notice, sinasabi lang nila na we're collecting your data, these are the purposes, and ito lang yung period where we will process your data. Pero if you want to use it, generally, you need to have the consent of the data subject. Merong several criteria yan on when can you use the data. But consent is one. And when you say consent, tulad niya, no, conference yun. Hindi naman related sa conference ang bentahan ng produkto. Di ba? So, dahil hindi na siya related dun sa activity, kailangan makuha mo yung consent ni data subject. And when you say consent, hindi lang yung parang implied na, oy, hindi siya nag-object. Parang nag-register siya, so okay na yun. Mali yun. Pag sinabi natin consent, it has to be expressed. So, you need to have the record of the signature na pumayag siya dun sa processing na gusto mong gawin. Yun kasi, di ba, yung form na yun, registration lang sa taas. Di ba? So, hindi yun consent. Consent should be acquired as soon as you inform them on how the data will be processed. So, if there's a privacy clause, dapat siya ibaba nun yung conformity. Hindi yung nauna yung conformity.
Pero
Tapos,
so pwedeng ilagay doon, attorney, na parang I consent, parang ganyan, and then they'll just tick that box. Pwede ba yun?
Pwede siya. So, especially sa mga sa websites.
Yun, parang I agree.
Tick
diba?
box.
Tick box.
Tapos, when you do a tick box, it has to be very specific. Minsan kasi may mga consent na you allow us to use the data. That's very general. Dapat specific. When you say you are going to use the data, we will offer you products. We will share it to these companies. And ito yung iba pang purposes na paggagamitan natin. So hindi siya pwedeng
the duration, sabi mo.
Yes. So hindi siya pwedeng general. It has to be very specific. And there has to be an informed indication of will na si data subject talagang voluntarily talagang pumapayag siya sa processing ng data. Kasi minsan yung mga consent dyan, may mga threats dyan na nakalagay na kapag hindi ka pumayag, we will not provide you the service. So, kahit pa makuha mo yung consent ni data subject, kung meron kang ganong clause na parang tinatakot mo siya na no service, that's not a valid consent. So later on, pwede ka pa rin mareklamo.
Wow, this one is really interesting. Now, attorney, ano ba yung mga problema na maaring ma-experience ng businesses o ng individuals kapag hindi sila maingat sa kanilang data privacy? What are these? One of the most basic examples nga is if you're a busy person and then you get a lot of phone calls from numbers you don't know. And that's one disadvantage. But in your case, I'm sure, being the expert in this matter, may mas malala pa na mga problema on data privacy. Can you cite, what are the biggest problems if you are not protecting your data seriously?
Well, ang pinaka nakakatakot diyan yung ma-hack yung system mo. So that's one. May mga situations na syempre most of us, businesses, we have online presence. And we use our websites to conduct our business. So the moment na ma-hack yung system mo, syempre, how can you operate? And minsan, hindi lang siya basta hindi mo na magagamit eh. minsan meron pang ransomware na tinatawag.
Yes.
So parang they would ask you to pay a big amount of money para magkaroon ka ulit ng access doon sa data. Ngayon, minsan ang problema, yung mga companies, wala din silang backup information. They have no backup data. Kasi under the law, dapat i-ensure mo na you have backup data. Hindi pwedeng yung data mo, yun na yun. So, what will happen kapag bigla kang na-hack? So, ano pang data ang gagamitin mo? So, you need to have a backup. Ang problema niyan, it's very difficult na matrace yung mga actors, yung mga perpetrators, when they do this hacking and of course, yung ganyang mga ransomware activities. So, medyo mabigat siya na problema kasi kapag talagang, especially kung sensitive personal information, yung mga kinokollect mo, and mapatunayan ng NPC that you lack the necessary safeguards, the security measures to protect the data, you can face fines up to 6 million pesos. Then, you can also be imprisoned, no? Up to 7 years. So, malaki yun. So, tayo, yung mga individuals and companies na nagko-collect ng data, it's really very important na prepared tayo. Ang mindset kasi ng iba, the moment na magkaroon na sila ng problema, doon lang nila siniseryoso.
Oo, doon lang sila nagba-back up.
Yan, oo. So, yeah, malaking problema yan. And of course, yung ganyang amount, sa Pilipinas lang ito. Pero what if you're facing other regulators? So, we have regulators from Europe, from US. Sila, ang privacy laws kasi it applies even outside your territory. So, paano kung ang data subject na involved dun sa nagkaroon na ransomware or hacking is taga-Europe? So, you can pay up to 20 million euro. You can be fined with that amount. So,
habulin ka talaga.
Malaking problema yan talaga.
Pero attorney, okay, speaking of that cases, in the past, here in the Philippines, even the biggest brands in banks were hacked, and government institutions, di ba? Government websites, they're hacked as well. Normally, ano na ang ginagawa ng mga ano na ang ginagawa ng mga IT doon or yung mga experts behind that? And how sure are we that our data is not really compromised?
Under the data privacy law, kailangan meron ka mga mitigating measures kapag nagkaroon ka ng mga ganitong situation. And yung mga mitigating measures na to, syempre yung mga remedial measures, for example, nagkaroon ng hacking, kailangan ma-take down mo na yung yung website mo. So, as much as possible, you prevent further loss of the information. Kasi baka gamitin mo pa rin in other ways na mas maraming data pa yung pwedeng ma-collect nung hacker. So, yung mga ganyang situation, meron tayong tinatawag na Security Incident Management Policy. And it's required by law na tayo, bawat industry, bawat company that collect personal data, we need to have some protocols on what to do kapag nagkaroon ng data breach. Under the law, kailangan i-convene mo yung data breach response team. And the data breach response team is composed of your IT, your data protection officers. And they have to assess ano ba yung gravity nung situation.
So, kumbaga, attorney, data breach response team.
Yes,
Ayan. So,
correct.
parang kumbaga, emergency response team na ito.
correct.
Kunyari, the usual, yun lang karaniwan namin naririnig ngayon eh. Kunyari, parang pag may bagyo, may lindol, o emergency response team yun. So, parang sinasabi nyo, it is necessary that companies should have a data breach response team.
Yes.
And you said, this is composed of IT. What else? Yung top management
Yes,
ba?
IT,
Involved na rin
the
yan?
data protection officer, and as much as possible, someone who can make recommendations na pakikinggan ng management. Kasi if you just put normal employees, baka yung recommendation na yan, nilang papansinin ng management. So, dapat yung may authority who can make recommendations na i-adapt ng board.
Okay, so once you convene that, what are the steps that you do now?
Yes, limited period lang yan. Kasi ang requirement ng law, halimbawa, nagkaroon ng data breach and it involves sensitive personal information that can compromise the rights of the data subject. So, risky exposure of data within 72 hours. dapat ma-actionan mo yan.
72 hours.
And the actions that should be taken is, ang pinaka-immediate dyan is yung reporting. You have to report it to the National Privacy Commission and you have to notify the data subject. So kapag hindi mo yan nagawa, meron
Pwede
na
kang
namang
kasuhan.
violation
May
yan.
violation.
May kaso ulit yan.
Okay.
So minsan, ang challenge dyan, natatakot yung mga companies. Kasi inisip nila, naku, makukulong na tayo, mafa-fine na tayo. So hindi nila ngayon nire-report. O kaya sabi nila, hindi pa tapos yung investigation. Later na tayo mag-report. That's wrong. So even if you're still in the middle of your investigation, whatever data is available, dapat i-report mo within 72 hours. Yeah.
And inform also the consumers.
Yes.
Let's go to the process, attorney. O, di siyempre nasabi mo na yan, parang na-convene mo na. How do you now trace where that hacking came from? Di ba? I know that there's a lot of tools that you do, di ba?
Yes.
There's a lot of cybersecurity tools and experts who do that. In a typical situation, what is the process that being done to make sure that you do not aggravate that situation? Na parang sabi mo nga, dapat stop na para wala nang makuha ang ibang data pa. So
Yes.
what is that process that you do during that response team meetings?
Sa large companies, madali eh. Kasi they have technical guys to do it. So yung kanilang mga IT expert will immediately stop the processing of data. And what they do normally is tinitignan nila yung logs nila. Paano ba nangyari to? Ano yung mga naging activity? So the IT can trace
Leading to that.
di ba? So the IT can trace yung mga activities that led to kung hacking man yan. Ang problema dito kapag you're not a large company, who will assist you? So, diyan napapasok na you need to communicate with a cybersecurity company or you need to seek the assistance of the government. We have the NBI, Cybersecurity Office. We also have the Cybersecurity Division sa DICT. So, pag may ganyang mga situation, yung inyong policy, yung Security Incident Management Policy mo, dapat naka-indicate na dyan sino yung kukontakin natin. So, you contact the NBI, Cybersecurity Division, kasi sila yung may expertise kung paano ma-determine paano ba ito nangyari. Kasi all of those things na gagawin nyo, determining the logs, paano ito nangyari, kailangan yan, isubmit mo rin sa National Privacy Commission.
This one is interesting. As the president of PCCI Quezon City, how do you bring awareness on the DPA amongst the members?
Yes. Sa PCCI, we have general membership meetings. So during our general membership meetings, we do conduct learning sessions. So through these learning sessions, we do information dissemination of the data privacy law. And actually last February, my company, we hosted a data privacy seminar and we invited our members to come. So yung mga ganyang activities, mga public trainings, we open it as an incentive to our members as part of our services. Kasi sa PCCI, what we want to promote is the culture of compliance. So dapat yung mga members namin, compliant sila. So nakakahiya na magkaroon ng data breach, magkaroon ng violation ng data privacy from PCCI QC. So we don't want that. And right now, yung PCCI QC is the biggest chamber in the Philippines.
With how many members?
We have 468 members, diverse membership from micro, small, medium, and large companies.
Another interesting thing that I remember from what you said, may ransomware. When they do that, based on your knowledge, attorney, talaga bang may nagbabayad din? Like say, kunyari, wala talaga siyang wala siyang backup. So, wala siyang backup, magbabayad na lang siya para makuha niya yung access or ma-restore yung website, halimbawa. These things happen? Meron
Yes,
talaga.
meron mga nagbabayad.
Pero paano yun? Kunyari, nakapagbayad ka na, kung yung hacker ang nag-backup, paano mo masisigurado ngayon? Risk ba yon na parang bahala na kung...
Risk talaga yon, no? Importante kasi talaga, una is yung ma-recover mo yung access. So, yung mga measures na gagawin mo, kasi you really cannot prevent na makopy niya yan kasi siya yung nagkaroon ng access. So, you have to advise your clients. Kasi especially kung na-access sa data is email, password. So, sa dami ng data na yan, kailangan mabilis yung response mo to tell your data subject you have to change your password. Pwede mo pang maagapan. You need to coordinate immediately doon sa mga cybersecurity experts, sa government offices, sa ating mga police force para matrace yung mga hackers na to. Kasi magagaling yung mga yan eh. If you just skip it, you do it on your own, you'll be a victim again.
In the structure of companies, be it small or large, how important is having a cybersecurity expert? I understand that in many institutions or sectors, that's necessary. Like it could be telco, it could be banking, maybe manufacturing. But gaano ba siya ka-importante na in-house ba siya? Or pag small business ba, pwedeng ano na lang yan, outsource na lang? Kasi parang hindi naman, hacking does not necessarily happen daily, di ba?
Yes.
Parang sometimes
It's a surprise.
Oh, it's a surprise. When do you outsource a cybersecurity officer, and when is it necessary that it is already part of your organization?
Siyempre, kung ikaw ay nasa IT business, kung hindi man IT business, you make use of technology, heavy use of technology to process data. Definitely, you will need an IT guy, a cybersecurity personnel to handle immediately your needs. Of course, you have big companies, airlines, schools, hospitals. You expect them to have their own. Kasi best practice yun. Pag nagkaroon ng data breach, mauubusan ka ng 72 hours to do the necessary steps to mitigate and to do the reporting and notification. Ngayon, under the law, what is required for all companies is to appoint a data protection officer. So the data protection officer is the one in charge to ensure that you comply with the requirements of the data privacy law. The data protection officer can be an organic employee. So pwede siyang galing sa iyong company. Importante lang qualified siya, may knowledge siya sa law, alam niya yung processing activities ng company, how it operates, and alam niya kung ano yung obligation to protect the data. This can also be outsourced. Kasi syempre, we address the situations where companies do not have competent personnel to handle the task. So, merong mga companies like us, ADM and partners, for most of our clients, what they do is, ina-outsource nila sa amin, yung pagiging data protection officer.
So, it's an option.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if the exposure of the data is not necessarily within the organization, but from maybe a client or a user? Example, yung kliyente or yung empleyado, siya yung nag-expose na unknowingly, nilagay niya sa, di ba, uso yung mga chat groups,
Pag
ganyan.
nagalit si employee, di
so
ba,
parang siya
shinare
ngayon.
yung data. Titignan natin yung ano bang ginawa ng organization. Kasi definitely, kung ikaw ay employee, whether intentionally or not, and expose mo yung data, you're responsible for the violation. Kasi ang data privacy law, yung violation, hindi lang naman yung mga officers and board ng company ang pwede mag-commit. Even the rank and file employees, your janitors, your security guards, kapag sila yung nagpabaya, they can face the violation, they can face the penalties. So ngayon, titignan ngayon during investigation, meron bang privacy policy si company to ensure that the employees are knowledgeable kung paano po protektahan yung data. Kasi halimbawa makita walang privacy policy, kaya naman pala si employee ay ganun ang behavior kasi there's no culture of privacy in the organization. So if that happens, hindi lang si employee ang liable dyan, even the company. So kung ikaw si company, you have the obligation to prove to NPC kung ayaw mo maging liable na meron ka mga measures in place. So that means in relation to your employee, in-educate mo siya. So required under the law na dapat you do conduct trainings for your employees para alam nila paano ipaprocess yung data. So kung security guard man yan, front desk personnel, dapat alam nila na halimbawang mayroong kliyente, hiningi mo yung data, anong gagawin mo sa data na yun? So yung simpleng papel na pinirmahan, saan niya ilalagay? You have to notify, you have to inform, educate your employees. Kung mapuprove mo yun, pwede kang ma-absuelto. Pero kung paper compliance lang yan, gumawa ka lang ng papel ng policy tapos hindi mo naman disseminate, liable ka pa rin.
We mentioned data a lot of times, but when you say data, ano ba yung data na hindi dapat ini-expose ng consumer o ng kumpanya?
Kasi halimbawa sa social media muna, no?
Okay.
Diyan automatic naman nakadisclose yung name mo and photo mo. So, ngayon, meron tayong mga tinatawag na mga sensitive personal information. Yung sensitive personal information, this refers to the information na the moment na mag-gather ito ng ibang tao, it could lead to discrimination, risk to your life, and of course, it could lead to several profiling activities. So, itong mga sensitive personal information na to, syempre ito yung government-issued identification.
Okay,
So,
so,
yung-
parang
yung-
kanyari ano yan, driver's license number,
Yes.
ganyan, TIN
Passport,
number,
TIN, yan.
passport.
Oo.
Okay.
So, yung...
Birthday, hindi rin. Pwede
Yes.
siguro yung date lang, pero yung year, hindi.
Oo. Ang importante dyan, hindi siya complete. When you give out complete information, actually minsan, di ba, sa banks, kapag you want to do transaction over the phone, may mga questions siya.
Yeah.
So, kailan ang birthday mo? Di ba?
Okay.
So, sino yung mother mo? So,
pag alam nila yon, wala na.
yes,
Naibigay-
what's your number?
Oo, nakuha
So,
na.
yung mga information na yan, iwasan yung i-declare. So,
sige. What
especially
else
yung
po?
yung mga financial information, your bank accounts,
Bank
yan, huwag mo yan
accounts.
i-share, passwords. No?
Passwords.
So, yung iba kasi, sobrang dali sa kanila na sabihin yung password nila. So,
Tama.
meron nga dyan mga video na parang ini-interview yung isang tao, what's your password? Sasabihin niya, is my pet's name. What's your pet's name? Halimbawa, Maria. Also, your password is Maria. So, di ba? Parang ang bilis silang ibigay na lang. Tapos, syempre, we had to protect our, yung children natin. Yung iba kasi, sobrang na lang nilang ina-expose yung picture ng mga bata. The data that you use can later on be the information needed by the perpetrators to do crimes, to do fake accounts, and of course, to imitate yung personalities. Not only you, but also yung bata.
So, ito na po yung napapanood din namin na identity theft.
Yes, identity theft. No?
So, kumbaga parang you have the fake account, sometimes your own interest and hobbies, parang they copy you, parang
Yes.
gano'n.
Another is your location. Kung sa social media pa yan, nilalagay na you check in here. So,
Okay.
yung hotel, place, ganyan. So, anong nangyayari? Nasusundan ka ngayon. Alam ngayon ng mga criminals na you're somewhere. So, kung alam niya kung saan ka nakatira, alam nila na they
Wala
can
ka
go
doon.
there kasi wala ka doon. Recently, ang problema ngayon, di ba, yung parang may magme-message sa'yo, friend mo, sasabihin, can you give me your email and your number? So, una na yon. Tapos later on, may code akong dumating sa'yo, can you give it to me? So, ikaw, kung hindi ka maalam, ang tendency nun, the moment you
Ibigay
give the
mo.
code, wala na. Hindi mo na ma-access yung account. So, we really have to be very careful.
That's on the individual level, personal level. How do you protect on the business level naman po?
The law requires the PIC, the Personal Information Controllers, to implement organizational, physical, and technical security measures. So, pag sinabi nating organizational security measures, ito yung dapat you have a data protection officer, you need to conduct privacy trainings, you need to do privacy impact assessment, you need to have a policy, and you need to do data breach mechanisms. Pag sinabi nating physical security measures, you have to ensure na you restrict access dun sa devices and even yung mga places where you process personal data. Halimbawa, di ba, the cell phone and the laptop. So, if you issue it to your employee, dapat may policy ka na siya lang ang pwedeng gumamit nun. That's one of the best practices. Kasi the moment na yung iyong laptop or phone, shinare nung iyong employee sa parents niya, sa kapatid niya na gustong gumawa ng project, that's the start of it. So, pwede na yan na hindi mo maiiwasan na it could lead to leakage of the data. So, it's very important that you employ this policy to control access dun sa mga devices and of course locations where data is being processed. Technical security measures, you need to have rules on how your information, especially when you use the internet, will be protected when you use the technology infrastructure. This requires companies to make sure that they have firewalls, they have antivirus system, and of course, they need to have encryption. So pag sinabi nating encryption, under the law, very specific yan sa Data Privacy Act natin, na yung data na sinisend natin in transit or in storage, we have to ensure that it's encrypted. That means, kung sino lang yung may access doon, kung sino lang dapat yung receiver noon, ang pwedeng makakita ng data.
Siya makakabukas lang.
Yes, sila lang yung pwedeng maka-open. Merong standard na sinasabi yung law natin, which is AES 256. So it's a secured standard na talagang hindi natin basta ma-access yung data in transit or in storage. Minsan ang problema nito, yung companies hirap sila na gumamit ng mga ganitong
Because
tools, no?
Is it expensive?
You need to pay something, no? So it could be expensive. So merong mga free pero syempre medyo risky 'yon, di ba? You cannot expect full security. But when you use Viber, Facebook, Messenger, meron na yung mga encryption. Pero minsan yung emails natin, yan hindi natin ma-secure yan kung
vulnerable
encrypted siya.
yung
Yes,
email.
oo.
So what do you do if you use email? Halimbawa, there's a separate way to protect that?
Merong mga software na pwedeng gamitin para ma-encrypt yung data natin. So, or dapat you need to use yung mga email na dedicated sa inyo sa company na which is more secured. Minsan kasi merong mga public emails na tinatawag, it's free and yung security nila mababa.
And not only that, attorney, I remember, di ba, when you go to public places, di ba parang there's free Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Is there security breach there as well? Data breach there?
Dapat iwasan mo yung public Wi-Fi. So, dini-discourage yun. Kasi yung ganyan mga public Wi-Fi, minsan yung nagpo-provide ng Wi-Fi na yun, they have access doon sa data. Especially when you go on travel, minsan nagpunta ka sa isang mall.
Free kasi, matitempt ka eh.
Free. Tapos minsan nagno-notify sila na by using this Wi-Fi, you authorize us to have access to your data. So, minsan walang ganun. So, magugulat ka na lang na gumagalaw na yung accounts mo, may nangyayari na. So, we highly discourage using public Wi-Fi.
A lot of our Asian neighbors, they say that they're already well established, or here in the Philippines, medyo tayo pagdating sa transparency, legitimate purpose, yan, medyo hindi pa ganun katibay. So, what's your outlook on that? Do you see eventually the awareness on data privacy will grow? And as an expert in this subject matter, what is it that's needed by the country as a whole to make sure that we give the utmost importance to data privacy?
Right now, our National Privacy Commission, they're very aggressive in ensuring that the law is being implemented. So they're doing continuously yung public trainings on data privacy, not only for ordinary citizens but also for those who want to become data protection officers. Kasi we mentioned earlier na dapat bawat company may data protection officers. So, hindi lang yung mga ordinary citizens ang tinitrain ni NPC, including yung mga data protection officers. Private companies such as us, we're also doing this, and it's part of our advocacy to ensure that we inform all of our data subjects on the importance of protecting their information and ensuring that they exercise their privacy rights as against personal information controllers na pwedeng nagva-violate. In terms of awareness, ang nakikita ko dito yung more support from the government and of course from the private sector, especially yung mga established companies, to support yung ating mga MSMEs. Kasi as we say, it's very easy for large companies to comply. Pero yung mga maliliit na kumpanya, sila yung nahihirapan dyan.
Tsaka they take it for granted.
Yes. Kasi ang focus nila, i-grow muna yung business nila. So this is not their priority. Kung titignan mo, more than 90%
sila pinakamarami.
More than 90% of the equation ay MSMEs, di ba? So that's why like yung organizations like my company and of course the PCCIQC, talagang we make it a part of our services to our members to assist them, to provide them information necessary para ma-address itong mga requirements ng law. So yung data privacy law, talagang dinidisseminate namin sa kanila.
Maybe it's time for you also to mention about PCCI. Never before has the PCCI Quezon City been very active with your leadership. What do you expect from the PCCI Quezon City, and what are your upcoming projects that you want to promote?
For PCCI QC right now, we are very active in our participation in terms of our policy advocacy. So we now work closely with our local government to ensure that the interests of our members, the interests of the businesses in Quezon City are well supported. So we're now pushing for incentives and of course pushing for more support to be given to MSMEs para mag-grow sila as a business. We also do enterprise development. So we do have partnership with DTI to provide trainings for our members, especially MSMEs, para ma-develop yung kanilang business. So just recently, we did a training about costing and pricing, also some training on food labeling para sa mga food sector members namin, and of course yung mga accounting. Yan. So tinuro din namin sa kanila yon. We also do trade promotion. So sa PCCIQC ngayon, what we want is to encourage our members to patronize one another. So if you're looking for a particular product or service, you go to a PCCIQC member. Kami, when we do our meetings, activities, dapat dun tayo sa member natin. Kailangan nating bumili ng isang product, hanap tayo ng PCCIQC member. So, importante yun business development. So, isa yan sa mga ine-emphasize namin ngayon sa aming mga members na dapat talagang lahat sila mag-grow, lahat sila magkaroon ng business through PCCIQC. We do monthly GMMs, General Membership Meetings. We always see to it that we provide a room where we can mentor our members, where we can do business matching, and of course, where we can provide opportunities for them to raise their problems and for us to provide solutions. And recently, we have launched yung tinatawag namin na Usapan at PCCIQC. So this is separate from our GMM. So yung Usapan at PCCIQC, we allow our members by sector to gather. So when they gather, whether PCCIQC member or prospective member, we allow them to engage with one another. We do trainings for them, for their sector specifically, consultation and mentorship. In terms of support for technology, we partnered with the ISSI, the Institute of Small Scales and Industries. We will be doing some activities so that technology, information, support for our businesses will be provided to our members. So there's so many things happening now.
And speaking of trade promotion, if you are a member of the PCCI Quezon City, you should be in Open for Business.
Yes.
Tama, Attorney?
Correct.
Okay, I think Attorney Arnel Mateo will be coming back because we'd like to know more about data privacy and the other activities of PCCI. But this is something very informative. This is something very insightful on the topic, keeping your business data safe, navigating the Data Privacy Act. That's Attorney Arnel Di Mateo, the President and CEO of ADM Data Privacy and Consulting, and the President of PCCI Quezon City. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Good things are certainly blooming tonight from seeds sowed in 2021. Open for Business stands to witness the milestones of a true beauty and wellness powerhouse. Someone who has not only blossomed into a successful entrepreneur, but also used her influence to help others bloom and multiply their income. So join me, Tim Figueroa, as I speak to the people who journeyed with Lux Beauty and Wellness Group founder and CEO, Miss Anna Magcawas, as she reveals to Cesar Vallejos the secrets to her success. I think you're the best person to ask this. How is she as both a friend and a business person?
As a friend, sa Ana kasi tahimik lang yan eh. Pag magkasama kaming dalawa, kailangan kukwentuhan ko siya ng kukwentuhan. Pagdating sa negosyo, ang tawag ko nga sa kanya, meron siyang diamond sa utak. Hindi siya titigil ka, i-innovate o kahahanap ng magandang product. At syempre, alam naman natin pagdating sa product, si Ana, talagang sobrang mapili yan. So, ang wish ko lang sa kanya is a good health. Blessings, talagang inuulan ng blessings. Kaya we are thankful for that. No? Kasi napakadami niya natutulungan. Siyempre, hindi lang ako, kundi marami pang mga Pilipino talagang gumagamit at tumatangkilik ng Lux Beauty and Wellness. At the same time, yung mga distributor, consumers, lahat, napakadami niya natutulungan.
It's truly inspiring dahil po makikita natin that her brand was able to reach overseas. Can you tell us, what do you think sets her apart from all the others?
She's very unique, very down to earth, diba? If we're going to compare her with other CEOs, she's still true to herself. So that's why maybe a lot of people are emulating her and a lot are trusting her with regards to her brand. So Ana, happy birthday. She's only 38, diba? Yeah. But she looks super successful at her young age. And thank you also for inviting me here. And to more success, peace, and good health.
It's a double celebration tonight as we are also signing our partnership. Open for Business has always advocated for MSMEs, and your entrepreneurial story truly embodies what we stand for. With that, we are honored to have you on board as our partner, Ms. Ana Magkawas. And the best way to strengthen this collaboration is to seal it with our contract signing. How do you feel, Miss Ana, na birthday mo nataon ng ating contract signing? We know that we did it on purpose, but we just want to know also how you feel.
Of course, super happy. Actually, overwhelming talaga lahat ng mga nangyayari kasi sunod-sunod din talaga yung mga blessings and opportunities. Katulad ngayon na Net25 will be a big part of Lux Beauty and Wellness Group. So masaya-masaya kami na finally, 'di ba? Finally, kasi before nakita lang tayo sa isang event and then you approached me and then we went to your studio, to your office and ayan na, 'di ba? Yung partnership natin magsisimula na.
It's a very special occasion celebrating the life of our beloved Ana Magkawas and the formalization of a unique partnership between Net25, most especially Open for Business, and Lux Beauty and Wellness Group. Net25 is dedicated and committed in delivering high-quality, engaging content that resonates with millions of viewers. Its unique business show, Open for Business, is known for bringing insightful and inspiring stories of entrepreneurship and success to our screens. With its focus on empowering MSMEs and viewers alike to achieve their business goals, Open for Business fosters a community of driven individuals seeking growth. The Lux Group, on the other hand, has become synonymous with enhancing people's beauty and wellness and lifting others to become entrepreneurs via distributorship. Their dedication to empowering individuals to feel and look their best aligns perfectly with the aspirations of our show's audience. This partnership is not merely a business transaction, it's a strategic alliance built on shared values. This collaboration creates a virtuous cycle, one that empowers viewers to build thriving businesses while nurturing their well-being, a key ingredient for sustainable success. So let's celebrate this exciting partnership. May it bring forth insightful content, empowered entrepreneurs like Ms. Ana, and a community that thrives on both business acumen driven by personal well-being and beauty. Happy birthday, Ms. Ana Magkawas. Maraming salamat po. And your message to our viewers po?
Maraming salamat po sa mga Luxers na patuloy na tumatangkilik sa mga produkto ng Lux Beauty and Wellness Group. Kasama na dyan ang, of course, our #1 best-selling coffee and juices, Luxer.
Yes.
ang Lux Skin natin, skincare. We have our cosmetics also. Lux Kids, meron na din po tayo. And abangan nyo po ang pinakabagong produkto na lalabas. Ang Ana E, ayan po ang aming first pharmaceutical product sa aming pharmaceutical line po. So, again, thank you so much at marami pa po kayo nga abangan rin. Nawa ay maging patuloy po na inspirasyon po ang inyong Miss Ana Magkawas sa lahat po ng mga manonood, sa mga gustong magkaroon din ng sariling negosyo. Someday, baka po, di ba, isa rin po kayo sa prepare man ng kontrata with Net25.
Yes, thank you very much. That's Miss Ana Magkawas, and we wish you the best. And with that, our buzzword of the week is data subject. These are individuals whose personal information is collected, stored, and processed. Responsible data practices can become a competitive advantage in today's data-driven market. While it presents challenges, the Data Privacy Act also offers significant opportunities. It's no longer just about collecting data. It's about respecting user privacy and building trust with your stakeholders. Remember, data privacy isn't just a legal requirement. It's a smart business decision. By prioritizing user privacy, you can ensure your business thrives in the digital age. So take action and review your data collection practices. Let's embrace the DPA as an opportunity to build a more secure and trustworthy digital landscape for everyone. And with that, our quote of the week is, "Privacy is not for sale, and human rights should not be compromised out of fear or greed." That's according to Pavel Durov, the founder of Telegram app. Thank you very much, Attorney Mateo. Maraming salamat po sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set a trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Behind the scenes at what promises to be a show-stopping event featuring the latest collection at Leo Almodal's fashion show. I'm Gia Gonzalez, and I'm taking you to see the meticulous work and creativity of the Almodal Haute Couture from backstage to the runway. Now we are graced by the presence of our Miss Aramina. Good evening po.
Good evening. Hello everyone.
She is glowing tonight. I mean, every day naman.
Thank you.
So, what do you feel aside from cold?
Yeah, it's very cold here. I'm curious and I'm excited because it's been a long time yung huli ako nag-ramp. I'm thrilled because I'll be wearing a Leo Almodal gown again.
Yes. How do you think po such fashion shows can impact women's minds?
Well, pang beauty queen yung tanong mo. Sorry po. Hindi. Kasi nowadays, fashion talaga can build confidence. It will help the women feel better about themselves.
of the masterpieces. Wow, I am still astounded by your design, Sir Leo Almadal.
Thank you so much, here, and I'm so glad that you'll be here and then watching my show. That means a lot to me.
What was the inspiration behind this? It's very whimsical, it's very outside of the box. How did you get to these designs?
Actually, this is like welcome to my world. That's the concept of this story, and it flows from gold to exotic flora and fauna, and then goes to like a fairy tale, ethereal kind, but of course high fashion at the same time.
Definitely, undeniably beautiful. I was watching and I had my jaw drop the whole time. Please tell me, how did you understand so well women's body? I see you accentuate the curves very well. Impressive. How did you do that?
Because like all women, including you, you want to have like a nice curve, and you want to look taller and prettier at the same time. So that's a goal always. Like everyone wants that, and I always want to achieve that one as well for them.
Can you tell me, you've been in the industry for 23 years.
23 years already.
How did you start off and how did you end up so successful?
My mom and dad are tailors and dressmakers, so it really runs in the family. So when I was in college, I was already doing like all projects. So yun, mga pang basketball, alam mo, pang muse, foundations, I've been doing like all those stuff. Like even school pageants, and some like in a commission work as well for weddings, and that's what I do. Yeah.
Wow. Can we tap into the models? The models you picked, they were very intentional. What did you have in mind? Did you pick per dress or the model and then you pick along with it?
It's a combination of both. It's always a combination of both, because sometimes when you do a collection, you have someone in mind, but the thing is, di naman lagi nasusunod yun. So, but of course, there are like dresses that really fit someone's personality and it really shines at them. Yeah.
Even their undertones, the colors match. Very beautiful. I'm a big fan of your design. Looking forward to work with you soon. Thank you so much for your time.
So far, there's a lot of events, there's a lot of award-giving bodies, and of course, you have many support from your friends. Paano nga ba naiiba ang mga ginagawa mong mga events dito sa industriya, Miss B?
Same pa rin, no? Puso pa din.
Yun.
So ginagawa namin siya mula sa puso. So pagtulong, makatulong tayo sa mga kaibigan natin at sa mamamayang Pilipino.
Yun, napakaganda ng sinabi ni Miss Benilyn. Kasi yun ang napansin namin, parang sila, yung may puso sila sa pagtulong sa mga maliliit na negosyante. Ano ba ang napapansin mo, Miss B, ngayon sa ano yung mga challenges ba? If you can give at least one or two na challenges ng mga maliliit na negosyante, masyado na bang dumadami ang kalaban? At kung nangihina na sila, ano yung tip mo sa kanila para naman lumakas ang loob nila, Miss B?
Maraming nagtatayo ng iba-ibang negosyo, no? Pero para sa akin kasi, ang laging-lagi kong sinasabi pag nag-speech ako during awarding din is yung biyayang laan para sa atin, hindi kinukuha sa iba. So yung para sa atin yun. So kung para sa'yo yung negosyo na yun, yung biyaya, sa'yo mapupunta. Actually, yung pagtulong sa maliliit at malalaki, ay malaking bagay kasi na nare-recognize talaga sila. Dahil from yung mga kakilala namin dati na nag-i-start tapos ngayon sobrang laki na nila, as in nag-boom yung mga negosyo nila. And ngayon, meron kaming mga pinipili din ng mga bago na alam namin sa mga susunod na taon, sobrang lalaki din sila at makikilala. At masaya kami na sa ginagawa namin to, nagiging bahagi kami nung success story ng buhay nila. Yung kay Leo is kilala naman na si Leo, and sa totoo lang, ito yung first ever collaboration ng Aura Events Management na fashion show. Si Leo lang talaga yung inuohan namin na ganito kalaking show dahil na rin, alam mo yun, yung pakiramdam, yung sa puso, alam mong mabait na tao, alam mong may potential, nakita mo yung kapasidad at alam mo naman talagang karapat-dapat yung show na to para sa kanya.
It is definitely a jaw-dropping collection of beauty here at the Leo Almodal Fashion Show, leaving a lasting impression of undeniable style. Once again, I am Gia Gonzalez for Open for Business.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood din sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan, ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Plug and connect into the future of on-demand and on-the-go charging with a promising tech company, ConnectPH. We'll hear how this innovative company is reshaping the way we power up on the go. Let's learn more from Martin James Arada, the Assistant General Manager of ConnectPH, about their exciting concept that is charging up the industry. ConnectPH is gaining full capacity with its innovative business model to rethink traditional on-the-go charging methods and set new standards in the portable charging solutions market. We're powered up to dig deeper into the technology and business model that drives ConnectPH's success. Welcome, Mr. Martin James Arada, Assistant General Manager of ConnectPH. How are you, James?
Thank you for having ConnectPH here in this beautiful studio, open for business.
This charging thing is very personal, Martin, kasi I have a lot of friends who don't necessarily bring chargers.
Yes.
Sometimes parang they ask me, "Oh, si RV, may I borrow your charger?" Ganyan. And sometimes it's a little bulky. Of all the many products and services in business, why did you choose this product or commodity?
So the idea of ConnectPH, Sir Cesar, it comes from our team experience. The team and also, including me, because I always travel abroad and also living in abroad, I constantly face yung laging low battery. So every time I travel, I always worry na my phone is low bat already, or how can I, track the location na pupuntahan ko abroad. And yung laging device ko, kasi we need to go out. So sometimes we just go out like 8 hours, 10 hours. Sometimes our device is already low bat na. So from doon, nagpapanik na ako. Everyone is panicking when they see their battery is low na. That's where ConnectPH idea comes from. When I go back to Philippines, I see the significant gap when it comes to on-the-go charging, the convenience of charging here in the Philippines. It's like most of the people are bringing their bulky power bank, and sometimes we always forgot na to charge it. So dun nang galing yung passion namin na parang, why not bring a new technology in the Philippines where everyone will have a convenient, not bringing their power banks or like their wires, but on the go lagi. Like when they go out, they will not worry na parang, lobat ako, paano yun? Hindi lobat yung power bank ko, I forgot my wire, or I forgot my charger. So we want to have this community, or we want this aspect wherein they will feel na pag lumabas sila, okay lang kahit lobat ako. Connect is there.
Okay, that's good. Now, Martin, my question is, what's our population now? 100 120 million.
Yes.
And of course, the penetration level of people with mobile phones, it's really high.
Yes.
Kasi diba, parang what data do you have pa in terms of people who have mobile phones?
Actually, sir, most of the the people here in the Philippines, they have their mobile phones, and one person sometimes they have 2 phones, 3
Exactly.
phones. Like including me, since we're doing business, I have 3 phones for business, of course for family also. So sometimes we don't want to mix up yung mga natin, yung mga contacts natin. So everyone have a lot of phones.
I just want to also understand the market that you want to serve.
Okay, actually, we want to serve all the people that always on the go. So everyone kasi right now, new era, we're using mobile phone as essential na. So we use it connecting with our family. We use it in businesses. We use it to communicate with people and also connecting with people, not only here in the Philippines but also in abroad. So we have mga social media rin na we use. So it also consume battery, especially now that it's summer. Our battery, it easily gets low bat.
Yes.
Because of the weather also, it affects also the battery. So sometimes talaga, we always forgot yung mga charging cables natin, our chargers, and sometimes after we work, right? Sometimes we charge it at home, pero hinuhugot natin sila kasi we are afraid na mamaya overcharge or something happens when we forgot.
And sometimes people have 2 chargers, one at home and one in the office.
Yes, and also kasi it depends on the mobile phone which type of charger you're using. So like there's like Type C or like lightning cord for some iOS products and also mga micro USB. So sometimes nakakalimutan natin since marami tayong phone or we have a lot of devices, sometimes we misplace yung mga cords natin. So nakuha natin yung ibang cords. So when we're trying to charge it na parang ay mali pala yung cord na nakuha ko. You cannot charge na. So you're panicking already. There's the feeling of frustration na parang ano nang gagawin ko? Meron kaya yung kasama ko, my friends have it ba? Or my colleagues have it ba? So that's where Connect PH coming from na.
Okay. That's interesting because, of course, when you are not connected, it's like you left everything.
Yes,
Kung makalimutan mo na lahat, wallet mo, pera mo, wag lang ang phone.
Yes, totoo yan. Because, in your mobile phone, you always use na e-wallets eh. So like, in your phone, compact na siya. Anywhere you go, you use your phone.
Okay. Martin, this is one good data. The Asia-Pacific mobile power bank market is expected to grow at the fastest from 2022 to 2030. And the Asia-Pacific region dominated the global market in 2019. The increasing population, digitalization, and affordability of power banks drive the adoption of power banks in the region. Is that also something that excites Connect PH?
Yes, kasi it's going to affect also how we're going to expand the business. If the population also grow and also the demand grow, it's a big opportunity for us also to expand because we're trying to penetrate NCR, Visayas region, and also Mindanao region to have all our power banks deployed.
With Connect PH, we know that it is anything and everything about charging, correct? Yes. But ito ba, regardless of the brands that you have, it could be Android, it could be iOS, it could be anything. Can you also, what about the other devices like iPads or laptops? Is that something that you cover?
As of now, we focus on the mobile phone. Our power bank also can cater tablets. But for laptops, specifically for laptops, kasi they have a high voltage, so we don't recommend to use power bank for the laptops since the voltage capacity of our power bank will not support the laptop. So it may damage the battery of the laptop. Power bank is created for mobile phones or for small portable devices. So like tablet, you can use it also. But expect also the power producing by our power bank going to your tablet is not as fast as you use your mobile phone.
Yeah. Let's go back to how you evolved. You mentioned, of course, when you travel, it's going back to being worry-free, di ba? But when you created and when you developed this business model, what was really the inspiration? As you mentioned, there are problems with connectivity, but when was that point wherein you said, I am going to look, or we are going to look for new technology, or we are going to solve this pain point? Kasi di ba, in business, sabi nila, ano ba problema ng tao? And then that's where you provide that connectivity.
Dumating sa point na, because I'm doing business also, and aside from doing business, I also have my family with me, so I need to stay connected. There's a point wherein, my parents is in the hospital, and dumating yung point na I'm really low bat na how can I message my mom? How can I message my dad? What's the situation na? So from that point, na parang, why there's no any source of power for me? Kasi, with time is very important. It's very important, Sir Cesar, no, na yung time natin, we need to maximize it because we cannot bring back the time. So, yun yung point na parang, I want to bring a technology where people, they will feel assured na parang kahit malubat ako, meron akong battery. Kahit na there's an emergency, I can get, source of power. So, that's the idea na pumasok na, okay, I'll bring this technology here in the Philippines. Because as I mentioned, we see the gap when it comes to on-the-go convenience here in the Philippines. So in abroad, they already have the habit. So even though they don't bring power bank, even the tourists there, they don't bring power bank. There's power bank station anywhere there. So we want, pag nakita nila yung Connect PH na, andyan na sila. So any location, key location, or like mga crowded location, they will feel na, I can borrow power bank. Yun yung namin, parang goal namin is to, to share, the power. We want to empower people by using our product. So, and also, of course, I'm an advocate also of to save Mother Earth. So, we try kasi most of the people, we want to reduce yung e-waste, right? So, like people individually, of course, we buy mga power banks. For our product, it's like you can rent a power bank, you can borrow. It's like we're sharing the power bank and you bring it back. No, you don't need to buy another power bank para makadagdag dun sa waste na makakasira kay Mother Earth. So that's the idea also.
That's interesting because of course a lot of people, when we say batteries, parang it's not necessarily environmentally safe. So there is a factor of sustainability. I think I have some questions regarding that, but let me just go back to, one of your inspirations you mentioned, or your experience was, going to different countries and even in airports when we travel, diba, when we go to Japan or Dubai, or but I see some here in the Philippines now where there are charging stations there na. Is it something new? Is it something that was introduced by Connect PH, or you're trying to further increase that market and establish yourself as the primary go-to company in terms of these charging stations?
Actually, our primary goal also to be one of the pioneers here in the Philippines to promote portable charging. What you see, Sir Cesar, in airports are mostly like station with wired. So it's like the people will go there in that station and put their phone there kasi mayroong mga wire sensor. So like they need to wait. So it's like going to be like stay area nila. So like all the people will be there. That area will be crowded na. So not all can charge.
And you have to wait for your turn.
Yes, you need to wait for your turn. So that's the thing. Not like when we introduce Connect PH here in the Philippines, like, okay, you're always on the go. Kasi sometimes some people, especially during the COVID, diba, we try to distance ourselves with the people. So it's a good idea also to have a portable so that we can have like privacy also with that. Because sometimes when you're in the station, wired station, nag-message ka, nakikita ng katabi mo yung mga message. The message sometimes is in business, so it's more on confidential. So sometimes nakikita na siya ng mga taong nakapaligid sa'yo. So it's one of the things, that's why we have our station, portable station, a power bank station, para lang din to have their privacy and also to have their security also, kasi sometimes they left yung cellphone once sa wired. So sometimes nakukuha siya or
and that is what my next question is. When you charge, Siyempre, you wanted to go to the John or the toilet. Parang
Yes.
natatakot ka na, ano ba to, baka makuha. Siyempre, like say, especially if you bought the latest model.
Totoo yan,
so,
sir.
it's not that we don't trust people, but
Yeah.
that's an airport.
Yes, yes,
sometimes you don't just wanna leave your gadget there. Okay. But this one, can you say that the on-demand power bank charging service is something disruptive also? Are you trying to disrupt that market? I'm sure a lot of the manufacturers also of various phones, they produce that on a regular basis. But there are some mobile phones now that because of the universal system that's being used, di ba before, part of the package is the charger. But
Yes.
now, ano na lang, kumbaga,
Sometimes the wire na lang, sir.
Oo, it's given separately or it's being bought separately.
Yes.
So how disruptive is this business model?
Even some of the mobile phone brands, they're promoting a greener save Mother Earth through e-waste. So that's why we're trying to infiltrate the community in a way where we can share things together. Sabi ko nga, they will feel more secure in a way na parang kahit malubat ako, nandyan kami. We're with you. Somehow like that. So now, yun yung pinapasok namin. We're trying to make it a habit for the people. Kasi as of now, our product is new. The technology is new. So like the Filipino people is not yet aware of our product and how to use it. So now we're introducing it slowly in a way that we're trying to infiltrate mga communities, specific areas muna until we expand. So that those people will already know how to use it. And it's going to be a habit for them. Kasi we're trying to have it like a lifestyle na. Where even though you don't bring your power bank, you don't bring your cords, we are here. Connect PH is here with you.
Okay. I see here something that looks like an oven and another one, something that looks like, what's this, a toaster?
Toaster, yes. It's like an old bread toaster.
Oh, sige. What are these?
Okay. Connect PH have 3 different types of station. First, the toaster. This is the toaster. So the toaster consists of 6 power banks. And our oven, which is here, it consists of 12, featuring 12 power banks with 10-inch LED screen for advertising for our partners. And then the other one is the Vendo, which boasts 24 power banks with 43-inch na screen.
Okay.
So mostly toaster and oven, you can see them mostly in restaurant, coffee shop, while the Vendo, you can see it in amusement park, malls, hospital, and school. So we're trying to have a diversity with our station and the location also. Kasi different location have different characteristic. So it's not the same. Like for example, here in Quezon City, it's different to Makati, different from Manila, different from Pasay. What we try to do is like we diverse also with our station. Like okay, for this area, mostly it's toaster and oven, and for like those who needs more, we give the Vendo.
So this toaster, Vendo, and the oven is connected lang to power.
Yes. Connected to power lang, sir.
Okay. I understand that each model addresses a specific target market, and of course the number of needs maybe of that particular community or location. What's the process? Of course, your target market, you mentioned schools, restaurants. These are corporate or institutional markets that you serve. So how do you develop that partnership with them? Will institutions buy these ovens, toasters, or the Vendo machines? Or is it yours and then you just loan it to them?
Okay, for our business model, we do a profit sharing for our partners. So it's like going to be an added service for our partners, for the coffee shop, restaurant. So it's going to be a stream additional revenue for them. So we give the power bank station for free. At the same time, they're earning also from whoever use our power bank. That's how we do distribution of our power banks. We are also open for like if our power bank being franchise, but now we are more focusing on doing partnership in a way that we give our station for free in our partner, and then they help us also to promote our power bank to the end user, which is their customer also.
So eventually, you can also sell that, as you mentioned. And
Yes.
eventually, you can franchise it.
Yes.
But now, you are giving it for free. And
Yes,
then
for-
you share the profit.
Yes.
How friendly is it? Like, say, for example, lobat na ako.
For our toaster and oven and also Vendo, we have like mga two guides. But our interface, they need to download first our application, which can be seen in Google Play and also in App Store.
So you have an app and it's called the Connect PH
Yes, Connect
app.
PH app. So they just need to download it and then register. It's more easier now to register through our apps. Protected naman, so they don't need to worry about the security. for
But
that.
they have to, siyempre, download it habang 100% yung battery. Or before it loses its charge.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's very friendly kasi our interface is very straightforward. We have digital how-tos to guide the user how to use our power bank. And also, as you can see in our oven, we also post yung mga paano siya gamitin, paano siya i-download. So it's more easier for the people to understand. And our staff also is very friendly. Our partners is also friendly to assist our user. Ganun po ka-friendly yung Connect PH. So they don't need to worry how to to use it or to download it.
Can you give me, like, say, a walkthrough of how it's done? Okay, assuming you have downloaded it already.
Yes.
Okay, what's the
So,
next step?
Once you download it, sir, you just
download mo muna yung Connect PH
download
from
yung
your
Connect PH, and then
iPhone.
there is a scan photo. So this is our interface. You just need to scan the QR code.
Oh,
And
scan it here. Okay.
So you need to scan the QR code, and then there will be a area where you need to unlock the power bank.
Okay.
So once you unlock it, before you unlock it just confirm it. And then you need to pay for the security deposit. There
Okay.
will be a security deposit. Rest assured that it's going to be refunded once they bring back the power bank. It's already digital, so they can pay it through e-wallets, and
Okay.
also they can use their credit card or debit card for that.
You paid for that security deposit, and then it automatically
Eject. It will automatically
it is ejected from the machine.
From the
so
machine.
dito, without that deposit, you cannot
You cannot.
take it.
We have a locking system. Even though you
Okay.
force it to, you try to pull it, it will not automatically eject. So you really need to scan it talaga.
So if it ejects, this is how it looks like.
Yes.
Okay. Ayan. So parang cellphone din yan.
And very lightweight and slim.
Very lightweight.
Yes.
Okay. When you compare this power bank with the other power banks, is it different? Mas powerful ba ito? How do you compare Connect PH power bank from the other power banks that we see in the market?
Our power bank is smart. So what it means is like once it's fully charged, the electrical consumption nito is less na. So you don't need to worry na ma-overcharge yung power bank. So you don't
Kasi
need
pag
to worry
nag-overcharge ka, it may damage your
Yes,
phone.
exactly, sir. So it will damage. So there is a technology already. And second is that this power bank, you can bring it back to another station. It's not only for the station na kung ano meron dun sa cafe or restaurant, but also to other station. So if you want to bring it from Quezon City and you need to go to Makati, you just find our station there and just bring it back.
Okay.
So you can borrow again on that station and bring it. So interchangeable. So we call it this technology the Internet of Things, where it's sharing the same technology.
So, halimbawa, Martin, sorry, I have to clarify that.
Yes.
Okay, I got it here in Quezon City. I can return it in Makati?
Yes, you can return it in the areas where we have stations.
Okay.
So that's why our power bank is smart.
And the power bank that you get from an oven or toaster or a bendo is the same.
Yes.
So it's just the number of slots or
Yes.
cases that's different.
Correct. It's lightweight, also lightweight, and of course, aesthetically, of course, people right now, the millennials, the Gen Z, they want it to be more aesthetically, and also ergonomically, when you're using your power bank. Kasi if too bulky, sobrang consuming sa bag. Mostly they don't want to carry heavy things.
Correct.
And also sometimes they forgot the wires. That's why our power bank have 3 types of cords na. So we have a C-type. We have a C-type here. So I'll just pull it up. So this is the C-type. So yeah, and then we have also the lightning cord. So this is the lightning cord.
For iPhones.
Yeah, for iPhones.
And this bagay yung latest yata ngayon, yung
Yeah,
iPhone.
it's a C-type also.
C-type na.
And also we have also micro USB.
Okay.
So this type of wire charger is for the old ones naman.
Okay.
So we still have it kasi most of, like for example, our senior citizens and also some of the people who are still using phones na hindi pa siya upgraded, we also have it. So it can cater all the types of
Kung sabihin nila parang hindi wireless ako so pwede bang wireless yan?
for
Hindi
this
naman.
one, as of now, we're not into wireless kasi ang wireless, sir, it's not fast charging enough. Well, it's lower by 20%.
By
So
20%.
hindi siya ganun ka-fast as wired. Kasi the wired is more direct And also not all phones are supported by wireless charging. So only the upgraded version yung mga merong mga wireless charging.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, assuming, you have the app already and then you're using it now, what duration is usually the power of that power bank?
Okay, our power bank is 5,000 mAh. So it can fully charge one phone. So it will depends on the phone you're using. So the voltage of your phone and the battery capacity of your phone.
So pag 5,000 mAh, that can power in full a phone.
Yes.
Okay. So, what if, like, say, for example, I have two phones. So, pwedeng ano lang ngayon, parang...
You share it with them. Yes,
okay
you can do it. Actually, sir, like for this one, as I mentioned, there's like, wires. So, if you have an iPhone to use, using lightning cord, you can use it. And then you have another one for the USB type, you can use it at the same time. So, you can charge it at the same time in one,
Pero pag na-consume mo yung 5,000, di wala na rin.
Yes.
What do you do?
You can bring it back to the station and eject another power bank.
I see.
So that's why it's always on the go. So mostly yung mga people na on the go and having low battery to support them to have their day to if they're traveling or they just need few ample amount of battery, they can charge it.
But Martin, how cost-effective is getting the service of Connect PH than buying your own power bank?
It's a very good question, Sir Cesar. Kasi if you buy already power bank, meron ka na. But the convenience of always on the go. Everyone forgot their wires, their power bank. Sometimes, we go to our offices without charging our phone, without charging our power bank, or we left it at home. So that's the good thing about it, na parang anywhere, it's there. They can borrow it, they can rent it already. That's what we're giving to the people na we want na hindi sila mag-worry about na if malubat sila sa street or malubat sila sa some areas that they're going. We are always there with them together. So yun yung the good thing about it. Mostly when we charge it, ma-overcharge yung mga power bank na nabili nila, it will damage the battery capacity. Not like if they are just borrowing, they're going to rent it, it's more easier. It's hassle-free.
The challenge now is for Connect PH to have a lot of these in the country. So where are you now so far, and how are you developing this, partnerships with institutions?
In terms of technology and business strategy, we have this one core value that directs our journey, which is consistency. Consistent in providing service, our quality service. Second, it's consistently improving our needs, the needs of the market, and also mostly innovating. So we are expanding in most of the area already. As of now, we already have in the NCR, and now we're going out of the NCR.
Mga ilan dito sa NCR
As of now, sir, we have 200 stations already, plus because we have another.
Pero like say, if I want to be talagang totally connected, I think that 200 is not enough yet.
Exactly, sir.
Pa.
So now, just to stay tuned for that as we are going to expand more around the area. As of now, we are now expanding outside Metro Manila, which is we are in the Subic area, Pampanga area, Bulacan, Batangas area, Subic, and also we have in Siargao, and now we're expanding also in some areas.
So since these are institutions, you go to, practically all restaurants are your target markets, all schools, maybe even stores.
Yes, stores and
department
malls,
stores or malls or the convenience stores, correct?
Yes, correct.
Assuming I am now an establishment and I want to collaborate with you, what would I do?
For those establishment or who wants to do partnership with us, you can tap us up in our social media accounts, social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, and also TikTok also. So you can message us. Our business development will approach you, then do the demo and everything that is needed for the partnership.
You will identify which of the products can be given to them.
Yes. Over the years, Cesar, over the years, we're trying to gather feedbacks from our users and also partners. So those feedbacks, we do it in action na. So we do it in action and those feedbacks so that we will know what to do on the next mga locations. In the future, we will gather more. So expect more gathering of feedbacks and comments from the user. Kasi at the end of the day, they are the one using it also. Not also us, but all the people. So with that, it will help us to grow.
What about malls? Are you present in malls?
Okay, it's a very good question. I may say, stay tuned with that. You can
may niluluto si na Martin.
Yes,
Sige.
stay tuned with that.
Okay.
We will post it on our social media channels.
Based on your observation now, Martin, what's your outlook for this technology? I'm sure there's a lot of technologies in the past that has been disrupted. Product ako ng pa nun, Martin, baka bata ka pa nun, parang easy call. May easy call pa ako nun. Pero di ba, and then after that, when the mobile phones came in, nawala, di ba? Totally nabura. How do you foresee or what's your outlook on these technologies by Connect PH? Are you also looking at technology na, sige, eventually, ang i-eject niyan, mobile phone na. Ganon, di ba? Na parang, sige, wala kang phone, naiwan mo. Pero may phone pa rin kami and all that. Like, what's your outlook there on this technology?
For that one, Sir Cesar, as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to be more innovative and we're trying to catch up with the trends and technology to be shared here in the Philippines. Kasi abroad, mostly all the countries are already in the top notch. When it comes to technology, they are trying to be on the top. So here in the Philippines, we're, I may say, kind of delay na to catch up with that one. For the disruption ng mga businesses, battery for the mobile phones, it's depreciate, as time pass by. So that's the thing about it. That's why there's a power bank is to support those people who's always on the go. So those mobile phones, kasi once you use it 1 year, 2 years already, or it depends on how you're going to use your mobile phones. If you're a heavy tech enthusiast, your battery mostly nagde-depreciate yan. Mas mabilis ang depreciation ng battery. So with our power bank, they can have it na to support it. So even though the battery capacity is going up, as I mentioned, battery depreciate also. So you need talaga na you have a portable or you have a partner with you. I call it partner with me na every day that will help me and assure me that okay, meron pa akong power. Kahit maubos na to, meron pa akong backup. It's like someone will back you up when it comes of emergency or when it comes that you really needs it. That's the thing, Sir Cesar.
You mentioned about this advocacy of caring for the environment. From your R&D, ano ba yung laman ng isang baterya ng power banks na nakakasama sa environment?
Actually, one thing is kasi most of our power banks are made of plastic. So everyone knows that it will affect our ecosystem, also our Mother Earth, creating waste, so much waste, right? So once na masira yung mga binibili nating kasi consumers, they just want to buy it because they need it, right? But once everything is broken, they just throw it, and it's going to be as garbage. So which affects yung flow ni Mother Nature. You know, the flow of the environment. So with this kasi, as I mentioned, we're promoting to lessen yung e-waste na parang, you keep buying mga power banks and suddenly you will not use it. Because power bank is sometimes we just use it when we need it, right? So it's not because we use it just to show it to people. So that's why we advocate na parang, we try to give this impression of sharing. Sharing while helping the environment by reducing e-waste.
So it's like, don't buy chargers anymore because we have it here. All you have to do is rent it.
Rent it.
Okay. Kung nawala mo na yon, halimbawa, parang I got it. And then nawala na. That is covered by the security
deposit.
Which is 450 pesos.
Yes, 450 pesos. And just to mention also that there is an hourly rate for our power bank, which is 18 pesos per hour. So aside from the 450 security deposit, there will be an hourly rate for the renting of the power bank.
Because you cannot also buy a 5,000 at 450 pesos. Hindi rin. You cannot.
Actually, sir,
meron.
Of course, I need to be transparent with you guys that you can buy it also for a cheaper price, but there's no assurance that the quality is good.
Yeah, kasi there's a lot of substandard.
Exactly, Sir Cesar, no? So for us, we try to assure that our power banks is top quality. And also kasi, we don't want to have low quality of materials for our user. Kasi as me, also wants to use good quality. And parang ma-assure ko na it's safe. It will not, explode or, to be broken. So we very careful with that. Kasi especially it's portable. So we don't want to harm also other people with our product.
Okay. And are these locally manufactured or you import it from nearby countries?
Yes, we import it in our nearby countries.
China, for sure.
Yes. Okay. So it's a rest assured. So our power bank is one of the, I may say, top quality when it comes to power bank, since our manufacturer also is one of the top in China.
Okay, that's good. You mentioned that there's going to be other collaborations that you will have in the future, aside from hopefully seeing you in malls. What other initiatives or projects are we anticipating from Connect PH?
Sabi ko nga, stay tuned. Stay tuned on our activities in our social,
na lang.
our social media. Just like us, follow us also, so that you'll be updated with our new initiative for our this coming 3 to 4 months. We are going to have improvements when it comes to our service, and also when we do it, kasi recently we're doing a lot of, as I mentioned earlier, we're gathering a lot of feedbacks. At the same time, aside from the feedbacks, we are equipping our team also with our design sprint, so that they are all aware with what are the aspects affecting the business, and also the benefit that they will get. I mean, our partners that will get. So we consider a lot of things doing this kind of business. So, yun, sir. Just stay tuned.
Kunyari, I paid a security deposit, so I'll have that power bank. Okay, I have this na.
Yes.
Okay, for 450 pesos, how long should this be with me?
So once you already finish it, you already drain the battery, you can bring it back already. So as long as...
Pero like say for example, I'm so busy, so parang it's supposed to be with me for how many days lang at 450?
Okay, sir.
1 day?
For that one, we have like automatic in our system, sir. Once it's 24 hours already, they did not bring back the power bank. We consider it as lost na. So it's like,
so in short, it's 1 day lang.
1 day, yes.
1 day yon.
But if they're going to bring back the power bank, they need to pay the time that they consume.
So assuming 2 days, another day yon. So 18 pesos
times
24 hours.
Yes,
ganyan.
24 hours. Yes.
I see. And how much is that? Okay, parang lalabas din na...
It's like you pay also the power bank.
Okay. So, is that something that, based on the feedback from consumers, is that something that is acceptable to the Filipino consumers?
To be honest with you, Sir Cesar, no, the feedback is always 50-50. So, there are 50 that they're okay with it. Since most of the people, that's why I mentioned na parang we're trying to do a habit where people, we trust the people. We try to give them the benefit of the doubt where they will bring back the power bank. So with that, we built also character for the people na parang, okay, I will bring it back. Kasi in other countries, they are, their character, they're very disciplined, in short. They're very disciplined. So we also do that to our community wherein, sabi ko nga, we want to build a community where we share, we have discipline. So with that, we have a good feedback also. Like, they give back the power bank on time.
Okay.
But some others, of course, hindi natin maiiwasan na hindi nila mabalik yung power bank.
Okay.
So sometimes they have like complaint or ano. But rest assured naman, we already have a very good, since we're service-centric, we're customer-centric. So we try to address their concern. So in the future, we'll address more of the concern nung mga ano natin.
But kasi like for example, okay, I wasn't able to return it because I had an emergency. So parang nga ganyan. So like say for example, but in the system, once you did not return it, it's automatically lost. Or your deposit fee is forfeited. Parang ganyan. Okay. But there might be other instances where there's some consideration. This are just some of the things that I have in mind. But I remember during the concert of Coldplay, because they're also an advocate of sustainability, di ba? Parang they have this wristbands.
The wristbands.
Di ba? Parang, and then, okay, you have to return it after the concert. And it's very engaging because it, changes lights and it's so engaging, it's so colorful, ganyan. And after the concert, normally they put the figures. Di ba? So, okay, Japan, Philippines, I think we earned about 87. 87% yata. So, ibig sabihin, yung the rest of the percentage, hindi na nagsawali, ginawang souvenir. But, there are friends of mine na parang hindi sila nagbalik kasi late na. Late na sila nagbalik or hindi na nila nakita yung paglalagyan. So, yeah, and that's one good excuse. This one is somehow boarding towards that disruptive technology. But what do you think is that differentiation of Connect PH in terms of business strategy and you being a technology company? I know that, okay, you're just focused now on power bank charging, but are there other solutions that you will eventually go to in terms of serving the technology needs of Filipino consumers?
We're trying to develop, we're trying to be more innovative as much as we can and adapting for some technology that can help the Filipino people. In the big picture also doing solar powered power banks. So yeah, we also consider that one. Of course, it's going to be a development phase. There's a pacing for this one. As of now, we mostly focus on molding the habit of the Filipino people of sharing or renting a power bank. So yun yung muna yung una naming goal, and then the rest follows. Kasi in the future, that's the time we can see once they have the habit already. Doon na natin makikita yung mga problemang pumapasok, and that's the time that we can figure out meron pa silang needs na ganito. So that's the time we inject the innovative that we are already doing but we're not yet implementing, since sabi ko nga, we're focusing on the habit first of the community. For those people who wants to be part of our partnership, you just need to tap us on our social media, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and also some of our platforms. We're inviting you guys to tap us so that you will know more about Connect PH. Aside from our site, we also promoting, as I mentioned earlier with Mr. Cesar, we're promoting also the Share for the Greener World. So yeah, I think that's it, Sir Cesar, no?
And I encourage also everyone, if you come here in Quezon City, and at the studio we have one Connect PH right at the lobby of Net25. So all you have to do is go there, forget your chargers, go to Connect. We have one at the lobby, so if you're eating in one of the restaurants in front of the Net25, or if you just visited the INC Museum and you forgot your charger, just go to the Net25 lobby. And if you're attending an event at the EVM Convention Center and you forgot again your charger, just go to the Net25 lobby and you can avail of the services of Connect PH. That's Martin James Arada, who talked about Power Play on demand and on-the-go connection. He's the Assistant General Manager of Connect PH. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay tuned. And with that, the buzzword of the week is sharing economy. The sharing economy is an ecosystem where people rent, borrow, or trade instead of own. As part of the sharing economy, the on-demand rental power bank charger business is a model that offers multiple benefits for both companies and end users alike. From a business perspective, it presents a lucrative opportunity to tap into the growing demand for convenient on-the-go charging solutions. By partnering with various establishments and events, companies can expand their reach and brand visibility while providing a valuable service to customers. For end users, rental power banks offer a convenient and cost-effective solution to the perennial problem of running out of battery life on our devices. Whether it's during a long day of camera use for sightseeing, concerts, or business meetings, having access to a rental power bank can provide peace of mind and ensure that we stay connected when it matters most. Looking ahead, the rental power bank segment appears promising. With advancements in technology, we can expect to see more efficient and sustainable charging solutions, such as solar-powered or wireless charging options. Additionally, as the world becomes increasingly reliant on mobile devices, the demand for rental power banks is likely to continue growing, creating new opportunities for innovation and expansion. And with that, our quote for the week is, in today's modern world, people are either asleep or connected. That's according to Janice Reynolds of Rosetta Marketing. Thank you very much, Martin. Maraming salamat sa iyo at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Kaya siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Get ready to indulge in a world of pure chocolate bliss. Join us as we journey to the heart of the Philippine chocolate industry and discover Malagos chocolate from tree to bar. We'll uncover the secrets of their award-winning treats and how one woman's passion put the Philippine chocolate on the world map. This episode is a must-watch for chocolate lovers as Jam Puentes Pina Jr., Head of Sales and Marketing of Malagos Chocolate, spills a chock full of secrets of their success, only here at Open for Business. And while we're on the topic of sweet success, here's a new addition to the Open for Business team. Joining us is Miss Jamie Herrel, who will bring us important news and information essential to the business environment. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you, Cesar. You'll get to hear more of my reports later and every Sunday here at Open for Business.
Sa 5 taong pamamayagpag ng Net25 program na Open for Business sa Pilipinas, naging go-to business news program ito ng mga nakararaming mga Pilipino, partikular na ang mga future entrepreneur. At ngayong araw, ipinakilala ang pinakabagong personalidad na magiging parte ng lumalaking pamilya ng Net25 kung saan magiging katuwang siya ng programang Open for Business sa paghahatid ng latest business trends sa loob at labas ng bansa.
Net25 would like to welcome Ms. Jamie Herrel as the newest member of the Net25 family, especially Open for Business. Her vast experience and her insights are very relevant to Open for Business, our business show. We look forward to working with Jamie in a lot of segments, a lot of business news, and also interviews with the CEOs and industries.
So I do see an urgent need to not only promote how Philippines is open for business, for international companies, but most especially to show support for the small businesses as well. So thank you so much, President Cesar and Net25 for having me here, and I am absolutely excited.
Siya ay si Miss Earth 2014, Jamie Herrel, isang host, newscaster at ngayon ang pinakabagong business anchor ng Net25.
Jamie, first of all, congratulations and welcome to the Net25 family. I know you as Miss Earth 2014, but para sa ating mga ka-Net25, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Well, I've been in the media industry for a few years already, and I used to work in different newsrooms as well. But just to give you a brief background, yes, I used to be Miss Earth 2014, but I see myself also as somebody who can get along with everyone, like somebody that is all about team effort, and that's why I'm really excited to be here in Net25.
Si Jamie Herrel ay isang journalist na may malawak na karanasan sa usapin ng business at lifestyle. Para kay Jamie, importante na mabigyan ng mahahalagang impormasyon ang ating mga kababayan tungkol sa business news sa loob at labas ng bansa na mayroong direktang implikasyon sa pag-unlad ng ating ekonomiya.
I think it's really important to be aware about what's happening with our economy because it affects our business one way or another, whether it's political or getting to know like your indirect or your direct competitors. It's always basically, I consider information as gold because you can always learn something and you can also learn how to navigate your business if you're aware about what's happening in the economy.
Bakit nga ba malapit sa puso ni Jamie ang usapin tungkol sa pagnenegosyo?
Since I used to be a business owner myself way back, I think it was like for 8 years I ran my own business and then after the pandemic it closed. So of course, like for me, Open for Business is a battle cry to support all of the small and medium enterprises here in the Philippines, and hopefully we can elevate them with our show.
Ang Open for Business ay isang programa kung saan ibinabahagi sa mga manonood ang pinakabagong market trends and business opportunities sa bansa.
Can you invite our Connect 25 viewers to continue to support you and watch out for you here on our channel?
Okay, yes, everyone watching Net25 right now, thank you so much, by the way, Net25, for making me a part of your family. And please watch Open for Business. We're not only airing on Net25, but we can be seen anywhere in the world if you just follow and like and watch our shows on Facebook, on YouTube, and I believe there's also Instagram as well for more updates and details about what's happening with Net25. Thank you so much.
Dedication and passion helped elevate one of the Philippines' most beloved chocolate brands to international acclaim. Today, we are joined by the Head of Sales and Marketing at Malagos Chocolate, a part of Malagos Agri-Ventures Corporation, a company that has become synonymous with premium quality, sustainably produced chocolates that celebrate Davao's cacao industry. No wonder it has been recognized internationally as among the best. Our guest hails from a family with a deep-rooted legacy in agriculture and innovation. As a third-generation Puente Espina, he carries forward a tradition of excellence, bringing a fresh perspective and dynamic energy to the role. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Head of Sales and Marketing of Malagos Chocolate, a passionate advocate for Philippine cacao, and the proud torchbearer of the Puente Espina legacy, Jam Puente Espina Jr. Welcome to Open for Business. How are you, Jam?
Good, thank you for having me.
I mean, off cam, we were talking about this episode where I was able to interview Rex as well. And when I asked you how are you related, somehow I was surprised. So how is business handling from second generation to the third generation, which I think is a very good legacy that can be really appreciated by a lot of Filipinos, especially the ones who are also family-owned?
It's been fun. My background is really in sales and business development. Before I was working for the family business, so it was more about how to apply my skills where I learned elsewhere into a context of chocolate and being a homegrown brand. So it's been fun.
So hindi ka rin talaga nagsimula agad doon sa family business nyo, Jam?
No, I had a few years of experience with other companies in different industries as well.
Is that also at the end, alam mo, Jam, it's not only you who I met when you who had that experience na parang hindi sila agad pumupunta doon sa family business. Sometimes they explore other areas in other industries. Like in your case, even if the opportunity is there in the family business, somehow you wanted to try other industries. Is that really your plan before you venture into the business, family business?
Yeah, that was always my plan prior to coming into Malagos Chocolate. I wanted to see what else was out there before really like committing to something like this. So yeah, I think it kind of informed me of how to work, how to set a standard for myself outside of the family business. And then when it was time, I was able to apply those skills.
Was there pressure also from family business, like Rex, telling you to join immediately? As I interview a lot of businesses also who somehow have the same experience, there is sometimes a clamor for other members to join immediately because of the demand. Especially if it's a family business, they want people they trust.
In my case, it wasn't as immediate. When I graduated from university, I was kind of allowed to explore my own thing and do my own thing. But after the pandemic, there was a time when we kind of lacked manpower, and then my Dad was the one who requested like, hey, we need some help. Maybe it's time for you to have a stake in the company. So that was kind of the beginning of this, my involvement at least.
I was able also to speak with the Department of Trade and Industry Undersecretary Chris Roque, who is now really pushing for MSE development. And one of the major thrusts of DTI Undersecretary Chris Roque is to promote MSMEs, for them to be recognized and be able to really inspire other businesses as well. And the good news is that the company, Malagos, received the Presidential Award for Outstanding MSME in the medium category. I think it was no less than the President who awarded that. So, ano yung pakiramdam na meron kayong Presidential Award for an outstanding MSME?
Yeah, it was a very proud moment for sure. I was there at the ceremony in Malacanang with my dad and my grandmother, who was the one who started this whole thing. And I was very happy for the both of them because they built this company from the ground up and were able to apply the natural bounty of the land in Davao into something that people from Davao and the Philippines can identify with as something that is truly ours. So for them to have that recognition from the President, no less, is a very proud moment.
Now, you mentioned about your father and your grandmother, correct? Miss Charita Puentes Pina.
Yes, that's correct.
Maaari bang ikwento mo paano ba ito sinimulan at ipinaglaban na maging priority crop ang cacao? Kasi based on our research here, there's a lot of things about the Philippine cacao, which is really exemplary. And so far, you are taking the lead in putting cacao and putting the Philippine chocolate in the global map. Can you walk us through on the journey to international success?
I think it all begins with my grandmother and my grandfather, because when they were starting out in the 60s and 70s, when they were building their own businesses, my grandmother was really involved in the agriculture scene. And her background is really in cut flowers and ornaments and tropical plants. So she was doing that for a while. And in the 80s, there was a resurgence of the waling-waling, which is an endemic orchid here in the Philippines.
And that is also a thriving industry.
Yes, that's correct.
That business, cut flower business.
Yeah, so my grandmother is actually credited for the resurgence of that, of the waling-waling. So yung background niya is very strong in agriculture and planting things, like very much a green thumb in all ways. Eventually, in the 90s, they were building an ecotourism park called Malagos Garden Resort. And in 2004, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to expand the land adjacent to the resort. And there were existing cacao trees there. That was kind of the genesis of their journey in cacao. So when that land was acquired, she decided to, hey, sayang naman yung mga puno na to, can I do something about this? So she started rehabilitating it, studying the processes for the cacao to reach like a very high standard. So she was doing that for a few years, and then fast forward to 2012, she alongside my father founded Malagos Chocolate. So there was an 8-year runway from when she started with cacao up until she decided to create her own brand.
That's a very impressive summary. But I'm just curious on this expansion or probably diversification, di ba? From cut flower to cacao. Pero sabi nga nila, Jam, pag green thumb ka daw, kahit na ano ang itanim mo, di ba? At saka ang Philippines naman ay very conducive for cacao production. Was that a big transition from cut flower to cacao?
I think for her at the time, it was a very natural transition. It was also a combination of different factors because cacao does not grow everywhere in the world. It only grows around the equator. And Davao is, in one of the southernmost parts of the Philippines. So it's a very tropical climate. Everything is conducive to crop growth. And it just so happened that the land that they had acquired already had trees there. It was just a matter of someone to take care of it. Different combination of things that kind of set us up for success almost 2 decades down the line,
You mentioned that Davao is really conducive for this production and dapat yung malapit talaga sa equator.
Yeah.
Pero dito sa Pilipinas, do you have other plantations? Are you eyeing cacao production, or what other plantations or lands where you grow cacao aside from Davao?
I think there are different areas around the Philippines already that are also growing cacao, but for our use, we are planning to focus our efforts within the Davao region. There have been a little bit of expansion just nearby the farm, but that's as far as we've gone so far.
Can you give us also an insight, what's the difference between, I know that you have this market research or market competition as well, but has there been a difference between the quality of the cacao produced in Davao versus the ones grown or produced in other areas of the Philippines?
Well, I can only speak on behalf of what's in Davao, but I would say the amount of sunlight that our area gets, the amount of rainfall, the elevation from sea level, and even the neighboring fruits, all of these factors come into play, very region-based, and everyone is talking about origin. Also, where was your grapes? Where's your vineyard? Where, like, malapit ba siya sa tubig? Is it, how much sunlight does it get? May winter ba dun? All of these different things. So cacao is very much the same thing. So everything around the fruits influence the flavor. So I guess Davao just has that when it comes to cacao.
Pero Jam, I'm just curious, if we want to establish the Philippines for the cacao industry, bringing it to the world market, do you think there's enough land, there's enough supply, so that we can serve the needs of the world market? Because here, parang sinasabi dito, in terms of historical significance, in terms of industry structure, production hub. Although our research says that the Davao region is the primary cacao producing area in the Philippines, and that's 80% of the total output.
Yeah.
Pero yun ba nakakasapat, Jam? Or do you think there are other ways to expand that in other areas?
I think there's definitely room for expansion. I think it's just a matter of market education locally, domestically, that, we have to encourage consumers to buy their chocolates from local producers. It doesn't even have to be from Malagos, but as long as you're supporting the industry, people will be encouraged to participate in planting cacao.
Paano kayo nakakatulong ngayon sa local community? Kasi sabi mo nga, parang even if it's Malagos or non-Malagos, but as long as you support the local entrepreneurs or the local producers, in terms of supporting local farmers and creating jobs, can you walk us through, with this effort? And I think that is one of the reasons why you got this presidential award as outstanding MSME in the medium scale category.
I agree that our community efforts really the biggest contributor to our presidential award. I think the industry wouldn't be where it is today without the efforts of my dad and my grandmother in 2012 when they were first starting the brand. And as for our efforts now, we contribute to the community by having the Malagos Cacao Development Center, which is a purchasing area outside our farm where neighboring farmers could sell us their wet beans. So that way, we can, support yung mga neighboring farmers na ensuring them na may mabebentahan sila ng produce nila. And at the same time, we also provide extension services to them and teach them good agricultural practices.
So no need for a middleman, parang ganyan.
Yes,
so at least
exactly.
that center is parang, basically it's a market, and you directly, and the producers go directly to you.
Yeah, exactly. It's also single origin because they're also from our neighboring areas. So the flavor profile is more or less the same. So it kind of works for us also. We get to use it in our products.
And Jam, I like what you said when you say you also teach them tips, diba? Production tips, because I understand, especially if the Philippine chocolate has to reach a standard, not at par but it could be better than the foreign brands. Ano yung example ng mga itinuturo ninyo sa mga farmers to ensure that they would also sell you the high quality that passes your standards?
We teach them a lot of the fermentation practices and drying processes that require cacao to be at a global standard. And that way, at the end of the production process, when we buy the raw material from them, we can ensure then na, okay, maganda yung raw material that we're using for our products. So, it works both ways. Like, we get to share this knowledge with them, and at the same time, supplement yung supply that we grow ourselves.
So how much are we supplying, maybe not necessarily from your own, but maybe industry data? Gaano ba kalaki yung Philippine chocolate industry at nasaan na tayo? At may pag-asa pa bang mapalaki yung sinusupply natin? Kasi katulad sabi mo nga, our bananas are known internationally, even our mangoes. Pero the first time I got this encounter with the Puentes Pinas, doon lang ako na-educate na how important the role is of the cacao industry in our economy. So how are we getting there in terms of our contribution to maybe siguro the Philippine chocolate industry muna and then the global trade?
To use your example as the bananas or halimbawa dried mangoes, we are not yet at that scale, na for exports, and then we're looking at really big markets in Japan and in the US. I definitely believe that there is a potential for the Philippine cacao industry to go in that direction, but I think malayo pa.
Pero which countries na jam are we supplying with our cacaos? Are we supplying both? Ano ba yan? Parang raw materials din sinusupply natin o meron na ring finished products?
So for us, we have supplied the raw material to other countries around Southeast Asia. But in terms of the finished product, we've exported to Singapore, Japan, Hong Kong, sa States, and a very little bit sa UK and in Germany. But other than that, we haven't had the chance to explore kasi our supply just can't match the volume that exporting requires. We also want to take care of our domestic clients. So, it's a balancing act between ubusin ba natin yung stocks natin just to supply this client in Japan, or do we want to take care of everyone else na clients na dito?
So ibig sabihin, Jam, dito pa lang sa Pilipinas, parang malaki na rin yung demand natin.
Malaki na yung demand, but I would say that it's more of a supply issue. Like, there's not enough, at least for us, there is not enough supply to satisfy the demand at this point. So kaya kami nahihirapan, and that's one of the challenges that we face now.
You mentioned about exporting to these countries. So far, how's the feedback? Based on our research, you're getting awards, recognized as one of the best 50 beans in the world. That was some years ago. And then there's this recognition of the taste and the quality of chocolates made of cacao. Ano yung feedback coming from them? How is our chocolate compared to the other brands?
The feedback that we've gotten for our products is very good. And I think the numerous awards that we've gotten internationally since we started prove that and validate that. So, in terms of flavor, kayang-kaya talaga to compete on an international level. But in terms of selling it there, I think is another question, because air freight is expensive coming from the Philippines. I mean, I'm sure everyone knows that. So once it lands, for example, in the US, the value, it just skyrockets. Like, for retailers in the States to participate and be enticed to sell our products, medyo hirap na, because, for example, a bar, I'm just giving a random number. Halimbawa, $20 na for a chocolate bar. For them to sell it at that price, it might be not worth the hassle for them. So to compete with that, kailangan numbers game na siya. So we have to fill a container's worth para maging maganda yung cost for them to bring it there.
Maximize mo,
But at the same time, to fill a container is a lot of chocolate as well. So different layers of that problem.
Yes. Pero
arise talaga.
with these challenges, Jam, and you being already the leader in this industry, what support, would you think is needed so that both government and the private sector also can help?
On the government side, government agencies should be subsidizing farmers that want to get into cacao, set them up and kind of help them lower the barrier to enter, cacao planting. Parang help them out with seedlings, supply them with planting materials, education then in classes of how to ferment and dry the products. On the private side naman, I think the regular consumer should, participate in the industry by buying local talaga. Yeah.
So kasi bakit nga ba minsan siyempre alam naman natin pag Pinoy, 'di ba? Parang pag branded 'yon, yung binibili nila, 'di ba? Pero has there been studies from your end to make our Philippine chocolates more appealing in terms of I don't know if is it taste or is it the packaging or is it the branding? So how do you describe the Philippine chocolate or the chocolate consumers? Are they clamoring for, I love chocolates as well, Jam, and my wife also loves chocolates. But meron ba tayong hinahanap talaga or ang Pinoy ba doon sa taste buds nila talagang ano ba yung panlasa ng Pinoy pagdating sa tsokolate?
Speaking on a general level, I think people are looking for something sweet, something that I'm gonna use like grocery store chocolates, for example, or candy bars. People have been conditioned to believe that, chocolate is supposed to taste like that. But in Malagos' case, we're primarily a dark chocolate brand. So it won't be as sweet, but it's also healthy.
Dark chocolate,
Pag dark
diba?
chocolate, yes. So, because it's minimal sugar. And if you notice on the back of our packaging, our chocolates probably have like 4 or 5 ingredients, so.
And those ingredients are? Meaning, parang what does it do? What are the benefits with those ingredients?
Anti-inflammatory, and if you have pre-existing conditions, for example, diabetes, it's somewhat safe.
So there's a lot of healthy benefits then. Parang mas parang like say, if you want to control, your sugar intake, this brand is for you.
Definitely,
I see.
For comparison, I mentioned we have 4 or 5 ingredients.
Okay.
A normal grocery store chocolate would have 20. So there's different kinds of oils in them, and if you're trying to watch what you eat and trying to watch your health, I would recommend looking into what are the ingredients they use. So
I see. So a lot of artificial siguro, parang ganyan. But what you're saying is parang with lesser ingredients, parang this is pure. Parang this is pure cacao. Something that's very healthy. I see. One of the major achievements that you had, and that's the reason why we believe that you were also recognized with the Presidential Award, are your sustainable farming practices. Paano ba yun? When we define kasi sustainability, di ba, parang we make sure that there's available resources for the future generation as well. So what are these sustainable farming practices implemented at Malagos?
If we're talking about the process that we practice strictly, we have very strict fermentation and drying facilities that really monitor what goes in and out of our facilities. In terms of sorting also, we're very strict. We don't mix good beans with defective ones, so we have this whole process that goes through that. And we also embrace biodiversity at the farm level as well. So if you look at pictures of the farm, or if you're ever able to go one time, I think for every maybe 4 to 6 cacao trees, we have 1 coconut tree that's surrounding them. So it's a very symbiotic relationship between the trees that we have. I think this also imparts some of the flavor that you can taste in the chocolate products.
So there's 1 cacao tree halimbawa, tapos
so there's 1 big coconut tree, and then sa baba ng coconut tree, there are probably 5 to 6 cacao trees underneath.
Pero Yung coconut trees ninyo, parang ano rin yun? Kumbaga, I mean, this is also, you're expecting production as well? Are you also...
We also harvest from the coconut trees, but it's definitely not at the same level as the
Okay,
cacao.
yes. For what purpose? Are these for production of other products as well? Or
Currently, we're not using it to produce, but we sell them...
Parang as coconuts?
Yeah, as coconuts, yeah.
I see. Oh, no, that's good. But I'm sure there's also good output there. But what you're saying, Jam, is that there's some sort of diversification din, di ba?
Yes.
Kumbaga yun ang problema. Dapat minsan in other farms, di ba? Parang they maximize it. So hindi lang pang sa crop na yun, di ba? But there's a lot of uses as well. Okay. There's this one uniqueness of Malagos as well. Malagos is known for its unique single origin Trinitario cacao beans. Ano ba yun? And why did you choose Trinitario?
Trinitario is a variety of cacao. The long and short answer why we chose it is because they were already there in the farm. So going back to my story about my grandmother in the early 2000s, she started cultivating the existing trees on the property. They were already Trinitario. So I guess that kind of stuck to our identity as a company. And, it's worked out for us since then. So, yeah.
Is this unique to Malagos? Parang,
No, it's not a
hindi
unique
naman.
variety.
Another thing is this heirloom cacao. Heirloom cacao is considered the diamond of cacao, wherein the trees and beans are weighed on its history, cultural, botanical, geographic, and flavorful value. This is a major achievement as well, and it speaks of your craftsmanship and the mastery of this product. How does it feel to be awarded with that?
It definitely validates what we do on the farm level because all of the other awards are concerning the end product already. So to have an award like the Heirloom Cacao designation is something to be really proud of, and it's only unique to us in the Philippines. So we're the only heirloom cacao farm in the country currently. And maybe I could also give a little background about what it means then. So
go ahead.
The Heirloom Cacao Award, or rather the designation, is from the Heirloom Cacao Preservation Fund. So it's a non-profit organization by the Fine Chocolate Industry Association. They're based in the States, and their mission is to preserve the unique varieties of cacao around the world. So they have researchers, they go around certain parts of Latin America and in Africa and Asia looking for varieties of cacao that are worth preserving. So they identify the biology of the cacao, identify na this is important, we have to save this, and this is unique to the region. So we actually have a product. It's called the 72% heirloom bar. So with that, we only use the beans that are harvested from the heirloom trees.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, kumbaga siguro para mas madali ma-explain sa mga nanonood sa atin, parang ano ba yan? Parang heritage site. Parang ganun ba yun? So, kumbaga
yeah.
heritage site ka para, like say for example, that's unique to this country.
Yeah.
And they will help to protect and preserve that. Tama?
Yes, that's correct.
I think I asked this earlier, pero what makes the Malagos chocolate different from the other chocolates in the market? With these awards, which is already a testament din naman of the high quality of your chocolates. But again, when we compare it with the other chocolates in the market, how different is it? But of course, I like what you mentioned. You have, somehow with these 5 ingredients and its health benefits, diba?
Yeah.
That is a major advantage. But can you cite other uniqueness of the Malagos chocolate?
So I think every treat-to-bar or specialty chocolate manufacturer is definitely unique in their own way. But what makes us different is of the origin of the cacao. So we only use beans that are located around their area. And because of the terroir, and because of the weather and the sunlight and rainfall that we get throughout the year, it imparts a fruity, citrusy, and somewhat also acidic flavor profile. So because of the unique factors that come into play with the environment in our farm, all of these contribute to what make us Malagos.
For some people, Jam, di ba parang there's a lot of, like they call it, chocolate is a chocolate, parang apple is an apple is an apple. Parang ganun din ba yan sa chocolate? Unless you are, someone expert in chocolate or in drinks, di ba? You will know the difference. So in your case, can you tell us more about your product lines? Like, say, there are people, di ba, parang you see sometimes even in grocery stores, in department stores, di ba, there's a whole line of section for chocolates alone, di ba?
Yeah.
So, are you addressing specific product lines for specific consumers? Kasi I appreciate what you said. Kapag ikaw ay health conscious, di doon, you get the, you get the, what type of chocolate is that? The dark chocolate.
The unsweetened chocolate, yes.
Ayun.
Yeah.
So, what are your product lines and who are you addressing it to in terms of consumers?
During the genesis of the brand, our main target market was really the HoReCa industry. So that's hotels, restaurants, and caterers. That's really our core business. So we supply our chocolate as an ingredient to chefs around the Philippines and some countries in the world to use our chocolate for their pastries, desserts, ice cream, even entrees sometimes have chocolate. So that's our main product line. So we also have our ready-to-eat products that come in smaller packages. So these are your 85-gram bars that what people will know as the shape of chocolate. Then we also have our gift sets, which are a big seller in the tourism industry. So ginagawa siyang pasalubong, ginagawa siyang corporate giveaway, even wedding gifts. We offer customizable options as well. So if you want to make your event extra special, you could have your name on the chocolate packaging and then commemorate it with like a date or something, or like maybe a company logo. We're also expanding to our confectionery line. So this is more candy oriented naman. So marshmallows, Rice Krispies coated in chocolate, different other things. So it's a slow expansion, but we're happy to, explore different avenues of how to apply our product.
No, which is good because there's a lot of trends. Kasi di ba nag-iiba na yung even the younger generation daw. There's also a shift of consumer behavior.
Yeah.
So what are your innovations? What are you doing to make sure that somehow you address the demand, for this new trends in the chocolate business?
So like I said earlier, we are expanding into more of a confectionery line and pouring our efforts in research and development in that department. We also are looking into exploring the byproducts of the different fruits that we can harvest in the property. So just recently, we actually launched Bignay juice concentrate and cacao juice concentrates. These are the pressed juices of cacao and Bignay. It's a different application. Syempre, it doesn't taste like chocolate as we know it in our minds, but it's still the fruit in a different form. So we are exploring things in that department. We are also looking into the health benefits of cacao. So we actually partnered with DOST, looking into the byproducts of cacao and how it could contribute to like your functional health.
There's really a lot of potential because, again, based on this research, globally, the country ranks 72nd in exports with a global market share of less than 0.01%. Despite a history of cocoa bean production dating back to the 17th century, the Philippines' current output is limited compared with other global and even regional players, generating a total of just over $24 million in exports in 2015. So talagang ano pa siya, kumbaga parang maliit pa at mapapalaki pa. And this research also states that the Philippines is one of the countries in Asia seen to have a competitive advantage for cacao production due to its strategic location, good climate condition, and favorable soil. So, my question here related to that is, ano ba yung mga challenges ninyo that somehow hampers or hinders you to develop the industry? And what are your hopes and visions for the future of Malagos chocolate and the broader cacao industry in the Philippines?
I think one of the main challenges that we're facing now is the instability of cacao prices globally. So it's a very macroeconomic challenge that we can't really address on an individual level. Because for context, in January 2024, I think the price of cacao per kg was around 200 to 240 pesos. And then it peaked sometime in April or May of this year to like 500 plus.
Wow.
So, nag 2.5x siya in a matter of months. And syempre, happy yung farmer to supply the same product at 2.5x the price.
Pero nagpo-process kayo eh.
Yeah, but as a farmer processor, syempre, yung cost naman are keep increasing. So that's a very big challenge for chocolate makers around the world, not just limited to Malagos. We are exploring different avenues and expanding our product line around that.
What is the future of Malagos? Parang I'm sure with all these new developments that you are sharing now, and from Sir Rex to Sir Jam here, there's been a lot of things that happened already, especially post-pandemic. I interviewed Rex, I think, during the pandemic. We were via Zoom, and it's great to see you here, Jam, face-to-face. So, in terms of pandemic, ano ba yung pagbabago na ng industriya? Are you, one of those industries or companies, that somehow benefited also post-pandemic?
During the onset of the pandemic, we suffered a lot because our business is very tourism reliant.
Yeah.
So, syempre, we have a bunch of stores in Davao, and we were actually supposed to open a store in Manila in March 2020. Buta lang hindi natuloy.
Oh yeah, tsaka nag-close kasi during the time, March.
So,
shut down.
Yeah, pagbagsak ng lockdown, syempre everything stopped. There were no more tourists. Our key clients who are restaurants and hotels, syempre bumaba din yung business nila. So, there was a long recovery period, but I'm happy to say that nag-recover kami throughout the tourism boom ng 2022 and 2023. And moving forward, I think we can expect further expansion from us in terms of retail areas, hopefully, and further expansion in the export avenue. Like, we have a very long way to go there, and we're very hopeful of our overseas clients.
You mentioned also Jam, kasi sabi mo, tourism or tourist dependent ang produkto ninyo.
Yeah.
How do you see the developments in terms of tourism initiatives in the Philippines? Have you seen somehow a lot of developments that also, although it's one of also of the key investment priorities, di ba, yung tourism?
Yeah.
So are you seeing a good development in terms of this?
Yeah, I can definitely see that the tourism has come back, especially for us. With the Chocolate Museum, which was founded, I think, in 2017, 2018, pinupuntahan siya talaga. Not just tourists, but also people who live in Davao and the area that want to learn more about the Filipino heritage in cacao. Pinupuntahan siya. So we're very thankful for the success in that department.
Jam, thank you so much for gracing Open for Business, and we also thank the Department of Trade and Industry Undersecretary Chris Roque, for facilitating this interview. Now, your camera is there. What is your message to the farmers and also to DTI and to the consumers? Sabi mo nga, they should buy local products instead of buying the foreign brands. Why don't you just enjoy, how tasty and how healthy the Philippine chocolates are?
I'd like to thank DTI for helping put this whole interview together. We're very appreciative of your support from day one. My message to farmers and people in the industry would be to continue innovating and continue your hard work. We are in this together, and your success is our success, and our success is your success as well.
That's the best way to end this conversation, and we hope everyone will be enjoying the Malagos chocolates. This has been chock full of discussion about the success of the legendary Malagos chocolate. And we thank you very much, Jams, and we look forward to seeing more of the legacy of your family, especially in promoting agriculture. I am so amazed that you said from cut flour to cacao and other things, and you may diversify into a lot of products, and you continue to innovate. Open for Business will be back. Stay tuned.
I'm Jamie Harrell, bringing you business news and information here at Open for Business. DTI eyes amendment on intellectual property law. The Department of Trade and Industry plans to propose amendments to the intellectual property law to help strengthen its enforcement and help startups, among others. Trade Chief Alfredo Pascual said that supporting and protecting startups will boost innovation and technology adaptation. The DTI is also eyeing a modernized IP framework to enhance enforcements against online piracy and boost IP education. Flights between India and the Philippines soaring soon. The Philippines and India will conduct initial chartered flights towards the end of 2024 as talks between the two countries to mount commercial flights, according to Department of Tourism Secretary Cristina Frasco. Local tour operators and travel agencies were also encouraged to mount group travel from India to the Philippines. USDA expects increase in Philippine pork and chicken imports. Chicken and pork imports by the Philippines are expected to rise this year as producers look for alternative markets in response to falling China demand, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The USDA said that major meat exporters like the EU, Brazil, and the U.S. will look to sell more to the Philippines, Japan, and South Korea. The country's pork imports are forecasted to increase to 500,000 metric tons this year against the 448,000 metric tons estimated by USDA last year. Karina victims offered Pag-ibig GSIS loans. Members of the Pag-ibig Fund who were impacted by Super Typhoon Karina have been offered calamity loans amounting to as high as 80% of their regular savings. Meanwhile, the government service insurance system has announced the allotment of 18.5 billion pesos worth of funds that can be used as emergency loan for members and pensioners affected by the natural disaster, particularly those residing in Metro Manila, Rizal, and Batangas. The Social Security system also said calamity loans will be offered to members in disaster-hit areas. And that's the Business Roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm the state of the nation's business environment. This week, President Bongbong Marcos delivered his third annual report to the nation, the State of the Nation address. It was met with cheers from both sides of politics after he announced the ban on pogos, his stand on the West Philippine Sea, and the progress of his administration's battle against dangerous drugs. President Marcos also highlighted the achievements of his administration in agriculture, food security, and energy. The numbers were impressive. The plans look promising. Tonight, we'll take a look at the state of the nation's business environment, a sector that the President is working to push towards more investments and opportunities. There are various economic and business issues that the current administration is facing: wage hikes, price loss, apprenticeships, and job creation. Sa nakalipas na 2 taon ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, patuloy na sinisikap ng gobyerno na humanap ng mga paraan para makalikha ng mga bagong trabaho, mapaunlad pa ang kasanayan ng mga manggagawang Pinoy at maisulong ang aumento sa sahod na sasapat para matugunan ang presyo ng mga pangunahing bilihin. may mga binanggit ang Pangulo sa kanyang sona na pakikinabangan ng mga negosyante. Nagsisimula man sila o nasa malalaking korporasyon na. Ang isa sa mga isinulong ni PBBM ay ang muling pagbusisi sa Electric Power Industry Reform Act o EPIRA. Anya, kahit ang mga negosyante ay nahihirapan sa taas ng presyo ng kuryente sa bansa. The President highlighted a significant increase in new business and corporate registrations, including foreign firms, which surpassed 2023 figures. This proves that the country is continuing to be a welcoming destination for businesses. Siniguro rin ng Pangulo ang mga polisiya at programa na makapagbibigay ng pagkakataon sa mga negosyo para umusbong tulad ng mga reforma sa capital markets at ang pagpapatupad ng Green Lanes. Magagandang balita ang ibinigay ng Pangulo na may kinalaman sa mga bagay na kailangan din naman ng isang nagninegosyo, katulad ng access sa internet, transportasyon, matatag na supply ng kuryente, magaang na transaksyon sa mga tanggapan ng gobyerno at mga katulad nito. With the President at the helm, businesses remain standing despite multiple global factors and economic disruptions. Maintaining an environment conducive to business is a challenging task, but a determined leader will find solutions. After all, it is President Marcos himself who once said that the Philippines is open for business. And the buzzword of the week is fair trade. Fair trade is a term for an arrangement designed to help producers in developing countries achieve sustainable and equitable trade relationships. From their commitment to sustainable farming practices to their dedication to crafting world-class chocolate, Malagos AgriVentures is a shining example of how our passion, tradition, and innovation can come together to create something truly special. As we've seen today, the Puentes Pina family's legacy is not just about producing fine chocolate, but also about preserving the environment and empowering communities. Their story is a testament to the fact that success in business is not just measured in profits, but in the positive impact you can make on the world. And with that, our quote of the week is, "In chocolate, we find the taste of craftsmanship where passion meets precision." Thank you, Jam. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat sa iyo. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama ninyo sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo. Dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo. Samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay Open for Business. Join Open for Business as we speak with one of the country's A-list fashion designers, Francis Libiran, a name synonymous with luxury, intricate details, and show-stopping gowns. Watch as he reveals his fascinating transition from architect to fashion icon and successful entrepreneur. Tonight, we are thrilled to have a true icon of Philippine design grace our show. He is renowned for his intricate details, luxurious fabrics, and show-stopping gowns that have captivated countless celebrities. Tyra Banks, Gwen Stefani, Angela Bassett, beauty queens to name a few, and graced international runways. He also designed the Philippine team's barong for the Paris Olympics. From architect to fashion legend, please join me in welcoming the one and only Mr. Francis Libiran. How are you, Francis?
I'm very good. Excited for the show.
I was really looking at the social media feeds lately, and we all see your designs and your name all over the internet. And how does it feel, Francis, na your design, your barong lined up with international artists, international designers in the Paris Olympics? Ano yung pakiramdam nun?
It's such an honor to be doing something for the country. And looking at yung work mo in the international setting, comparing it with other countries, gave me such pride in what I'm doing. Parang nakaka-validate yung hard work na ginawa ko. I've been in the business for 25 years, and doing something for the Olympics is one of my goals. And ito nangyari to. So talagang nakakatuwa at nakakataba ng puso.
Pero what's the process, Francis? Do you submit to the the Philippine Olympic Committee? Would they ask several designers to submit to them first? How was your journey in
The journey was the Philippine Olympic Committee messaged me and asked me, Francis, can you submit a design for our athletes for the parade uniforms? So syempre ako, I was so excited when I got that call. I remember it's a Saturday, and then sa sobrang excitement ko, nakagawa ako ng 5 sketches, and I submitted it that afternoon.
Wow! So you were called in the morning, tapos nag-submit ka in the afternoon.
I was just so inspired because I was so thrilled, and it's again, as a designer, it's such an honor to do something for your country. I was in that place wherein I wanted my designs to be known worldwide, and Olympics is one of the platforms in doing that.
If you are inspired and if you are so thrilled, you were able to create designs immediately. Is that the regular process? Like, I know that, artist designers like you, di ba? Kayo parang writer din daw yan eh. Parang mental block din, di ba?
All artists are different. We have a weird way of working or doing that creative process.
I think you have the right word, weird. Yes,
weird,
okay,
yes,
go ahead.
very weird. I mean, like for me, sometimes if I create a collection, kuminsan may time na matagal, kuminsan may madali. So if it's matagal, I need to go somewhere. Like I would go to Boracay for 3 days alone, and I would pick the very quiet hotel because I need that clean slate while I'm working. So it's always about that process of entering that room. My mind is very clear. My mind is focused. So the moment I go inside, I put my paper and pen on the table, and that's where I smell my paper, I smell the sharpened pencil, and that's a go signal already that I need to work. So that for me is my creative process when doing things.
The parade uniform for Paris is different. So
Yeah.
what was running through your mind then? I don't know, what inspired you?
I guess I like to do it so much that it's in my head for the longest time. Hindi pa ako ina-approach o tinatawagan. I have a design in my head already.
I see.
You know, it's really in that vision and place we're in. You want things to happen, and miski hindi pa siya nangyayari, you're playing in your mind that, what if I create something for the Philippine team? So, andyan na siya sa utak ko from a very long time. Eh. That's why it was easy for me when they called me up that morning and I was able to sketch five options for them.
Wow, that's fascinating. But you said it was one of your dreams. So, siyempre, the Olympics happen every 4 years?
Every 4 years, yes.
So, yun, in the past, you didn't reach out?
We did the SEA Games Barong.
Okay.
When it was held here in the Philippines.
Yes.
That was the first. Eh, syempre, SEA Games yan. What's next sa SEA Games is the Olympics already. Eh. So, it came to that place we're in, para bang next is Olympics. That's the goal.
Oo. So parang may ano na yun, may, parang may roadmap.
Yes.
Oo,
Kasi na-enjoy ko yung SEA Games Barong. It was such an iconic piece. And I remember putting the colors of the flag on the collar of the barong. And then I made sure that the athletes can wear it again after the parade. So it's a detachable collar and it becomes a regular barong Tagalog. Kaya ang dami kong nakakasalubong ng mga athletes na ginawan ko na sinabi na, Francis, ginamit ko sa kasal namin yung barong mo.
Okay. The Philippines is archipelagic and di ba parang we represent a rich history and heritage. So ngayon, siyempre pagkagawa ka ng uniform, we're composed of how many islands? 7,000 plus, 7,500, 7,600 plus. Pero for a common maybe person, what will be a good representation of that? You designed something that is very unique in the sense that it represents the whole country, the Philippines as a nation. Ano yung mga elements nun?
I got inspiration also from the directives of the Olympic Committee. When they asked me, Francis, the parade is not going to happen inside the Colosseum. It'll be on the River Seine in Paris.
Wow.
So, ang ano sa akin dun, ang challenge sa akin dun is, how can you make an iconic uniforms for the athletes from afar? Kasi siyempre malayo yung vision na yan di ba? So, ang sabi rin sa akin, can you put the colors of our flag? So that's another challenge. I remember one barong I submitted was, there's our águila.
The eagle, yeah.
The eagle. Para bang the pattern of the side view of the eagle with, at the end, the colors of the flag. So those things I put into consideration because I really wanted the world to see what the Philippines has. You know, the colors. Our Barong Tagalog is very Filipino. That's the reason why I opted for a Barong Tagalog to use for our athletes. And it's genderless also.
Yeah.
Diba? Women can wear it, men can wear it. So ginawa kong iisa na lang yung peg na yun. So that when they come out, it's very powerful. Pag nakikita sila from afar, the colors of our flags is very, parang vivid in that sense. Kasi a Barong Tagalog, when you wear it, parang it's an ordinary white shirt from afar. You cannot make small patterns out from it because it's not going to be seen. That's why I made that, it's like an armor across their chest. And I made sure to put the blue and the red and a very vibrant pattern of the sun na ginawa ko different rin from the flag. My vision was talagang when they see it, oh, it's from the Philippines.
Now, Francis, sabi mo 5. I'm sure you have a personal favorite there, di ba? So parang you discussed one, which is the eagle.
Yeah.
But yung na-select ng Olympics Committee, yun din yung personal favorite mo or not necessarily?
Alam mo, it's so hard when you're a creative person to pick kung ano yung ginawa mo because all of it you created with passion. You know, so lahat sila paborito mo. Para bang it's so hard to pick just one because you put your heart and soul to it while doing each and every sketch.
When you presented that design, like, di ba yung mga artists, designers, minsan ayaw nila napapakialaman. Sa'yo ba, the creative license was there na you do this as it is or no na lang?
You know, in our field of designing, you need to be very open with criticism. You need to listen actually to your clients. Sila ang magsusuot eh. Sila ang nakakaalam ng needs nila. You cannot say that this is my design, that's it. You cannot change it, you know. There will come a point wherein masasacrifice yung design mo eh. But if you're a creative person, you know how to go around it. You know how to solve the problems that your clients has. And when it comes to dressing up. As a designer, you're a problem solver of your customers. Always.
Lovely answer. Para tayong nasa ano to, Mr. and Miss Universe nito. Okay, but yes, there was modifications.
With the Olympics, Barong, they just picked that one. Wala nang modifications.
Wow!
Kaya nakakatuwa naman. So, right after they submitted me the winning sketch, right away I worked with my team to do the prototype. So, in 1 week's time, I was able to present to the committee the sample of the barong.
Anong fabric yung napili mo?
Siyempre, ang ating barong Tagalog are always lightweight. It's pinya, husi. So, I made use of the husi material. Reason why husi is it's very durable, our local weave. That's why I wanted to promote our local fabrics actually to the international world. We're in Paris, it's the fashion capital of the world. So what better way to really use Filipino fabrics?
Another input, kasi you mentioned that every time you do designs, you have to know who's gonna wear it. Parang sila ba, they presented you the athletes who will be going there, who are the famous ones, who are your favorites. Yun ba present din nila sa'yo? And I know you will say again, parang, since they all represent the country, they're all your favorites. Pero, siyempre, when you imagine someone who will be wearing the Francis Libiran Barong, this has to be my model.
So, this is the challenging part. When I was designing for it, wala pa talagang athletes na parabang kung sino magsusuot. Because nandun sila sa point na parabang sino ang magka-qualify. So, as a designer, I need to think of the general athletes that's going to use it. That's why, ginawa kong genderless eh. Hindi ko alam kung ilang babae, ilang lalaki. In mind, I just wanted for them to look very Filipino. I want them to look like they're carrying the flag of the Philippines. That's why I created that armor. It's like they're going to a fight representing the Philippines.
You were also exposed in the international stage. The Paris Olympics is big international. It's a global stage. But has this been a dream of fashion designers like you? Diba parang even the food brands, in the Philippines, diba a lot of people would really want to break in the international market. So yun ba talagang part of your plan to do this?
Of course, as a fashion designer from the Philippines, I want my name to be known around the world. That was really the goal from the very start. That was always been my dream, to really conquer the world through my talents. And syempre, imagine having that opportunity to be able to showcase your design in a global stage through the Paris Olympics. It's such a big honor. That's why every time I design something na kaakibat or kinikerry namin ang flag ng Pilipinas, I always put my heart and soul to it. Because it's me representing also the Philippines through my talents.
How do you assess that? Yung seeing your work lined up with the international, and some countries use the, very well-known brands, because that's their brand. So how does it feel? And what's your take that objectively, diba, you see your design along with the other designs of international artists? How do we fare? Parang naisip mo ba, Francis, na dapat parang may pang 6 pa ako
May pang 6 pa.
design. Parang or you can say na wow, parang
I guess I'm very honored and satisfied with what I designed for our team, because nakukuha siya ng international media. Being parang bang nakahilera mo sila Ralph Lauren for USA, Berluti for France. Siyempre nakakatuwa na Philippines, Francis Libiran. So, siyempre parang bang dream ko lang yan one day. Ngayon, it's happening already in front of me through the Paris Olympics. That's why every time I open my social media and there's something new about the Olympics, parating kasama yung barong natin.
Yeah.
Di ba nakakatuwa tingnan na
Parang
parang
iconic na siya eh.
very iconic. If Mongolia has their traditional wear, USA has their suits, and even France, we have our Barong Tagalog, which makes us very unique in the international stage. That's why talagang pinaglaban kong gamitin ng ang Barong Tagalog kasi it's very us Filipinos.
This one is interesting. From a family of doctors, you ventured on your own to be an architect, and then you quit. Then you paid your way to fashion school in pursuit of what you're passionate about. How was this journey, especially with expectations from your family? Imagine from architecture to fashion design. Although medyo somehow related din yun.
It's still related.
Related siya.
Yeah.
But you know, what was your journey on that?
It was difficult. It was never easy because we're family of doctors and businessmen. And syempre yung dad ko, my parents they have something in mind for me. They want me to be in a physical therapist career.
Okay.
And kasi that time it was so in demand.
Oo.
Sabi ko talaga sa dad ko, Dad, I can...
nahulaan ko tuloy ang edad mo.
Nahulaan mo ba?
Kasi may year na PT talaga, lalo na sa US and Canada during that time.
So sabi ko sa kanya talaga, alam mo Dad, hindi ko ipapasaya yan eh. Sabi niya, bakit? Sabi ko, it's not my calling eh. It's not my... But that time, I couldn't say being a fashion designer. Mas lalo nilang aanihin yun. Hindi nila ipapapursue. Ibablock nila yun. Because my dad is very strict, authoritarian. And I told him, okay, I want a course related to designing. So it could be interior design and architecture. I remember one time I enrolled, the only slot that's available was interior designing. They said, sabi ko, ay gusto ko arkitekto eh. Mas maganda siya, saka mas grabe yung
saka parang encompassing,
yes.
Di ba?
So sabi ko, no, I need to talk to somebody in the admin. Talagang I fought also for the enrolling in architecture. And then of course, syempre, my journey was never easy in pursuing who I am right now. I told my dad, I promise you that I'll finish the architecture course on time and I'll make you proud. So I finished it for a good 5 years, and then right away I applied for a job in an architectural firm in Makati. So I stayed there for 2 years.
Oh, matagal din yun.
Matagal din. Siyempre, feel ko rin na na parang baka ito yung calling ko, baka sakaling magustuhan ko. But talagang one day, para bang sabi ko, anong ginagawa ko dito? It just struck me. It just dawned on me that sabi ko, no, I'm not happy with what I'm doing. So talagang that day, I just composed my resignation letter and gave it to my boss. And then, the next day, I enrolled in fashion school. So ganun ka yung strong ng pagiging fashion designer na talagang it has to be immediate. Because ang iniisip ko nun is time is running out. And I want to do things the way, my calling is. And from the time that my first day in fashion school, I was so happy. Being creative.
First day pa lang yun.
First day pa lang yun. Pero parang sabi ko, it just felt so right. It just felt that this is my place. Sketching, designing beautiful clothes, learning how to do the garments was such an easy task for me that time. It was hard, but hindi ko na yung pagiging mahirap dun sa paggawa na yun eh. The challenging part was really quitting my job, and my dad doesn't want to support me going to...
So how did you support yourself?
Yung ipon ko nung 2 years, yun yung pinag-enroll ko,
I see.
Yun yung pinaggastusan ko. It was just enough to support whatever my dream is.
You said that, fashion design was your thing? Why, Or like say, what part of your life at maybe at what age na sabi mo parang, okay to, ako to. Kumbaga parang, was it like, kunyari, you were watching on TV, you're sketching. How did you learn that you are a designer, fashion designer?
As early as 8 years old,
You were sketching na?
Sketching at the back of my notebook. I remember sketching and ikukulong ko yung sarili ko dun sa isang room na walang didisturbo sa akin. And I'm in just my small little world wherein while I'm sketching, there's already a story in my head na para bang I'm designing for an actress in a red carpet. At that age, your thoughts was so pure. You're para bang nandun ka sa moment na yon, na para bang pati yung hulog ng tela, yung flow ng tela, everything was just so vivid in my head that time. And looking back, it started that way. After 25 years, it happened.
Wow.
It just happened magically. In between was, hindi ko na maano kung paano nangyari yon, but that 8-year-old boy who just wished for to be a fashion designer. And ang daming kumukontra, ang daming nag-stick pa rin ako dun sa kung ano yung gusto ko. I just stayed true to myself. And pinaglaban ko yun.
Wow, very fascinating. Now, Francis, at that age of 8, parang ikaw ba, parang do you have already a muse in mind? Like say, di ba, parang sometimes parang people are inspired by Hollywood actors, actresses. Once you see that person, parang, this is my muse. Kasi kayo, fashion designers, you always, have this model in mind, di ba? Who was your muse?
So during the time, siguro, sila Princess Diana, I was so fascinated with the royalty. Yung pageantry when they were
classy, elegant.
Classy and elegant. Hollywood actresses in walking down the red carpet. Pageantry is also one. Para bang, as a small boy, niwiwish mo lang. You're just playing with your mind that I'm designing for Princess Diana for this particular event, Michelle Pfeiffer for the premiere night of this one. I'm just being creative. I was not the brightest because hindi ako nakikinig ng lesson ng teachers eh. In my head, there's always something creative coming up and I would always draw in the classroom. That's why drawing for me is such a meditation. Every time I feel bad, every time I want to concentrate on something, it's always through sketching. It's the way I express my feelings.
Drawing from your background in architecture, you are known worldwide for your structured, intricate designs. What exactly is Francis Libiran's design philosophy?
My design philosophy, everything starts with a line. In that line, there's always the balance between left and right, top and bottom. So I would always start my sketch with a center. That's my design philosophy all the time. It's to start with something that you need to explore, and it starts with that single line. I guess being an architect helped me a lot with putting a foundation on anything that you do, And again, that line is very meaningful for me because talagang when I'm designing something, I begin it with a line and it explores to sidelines, to waves. So parang that's my starting point in what I'm doing, whether for myself or for whatever sketches that I'm doing or conceptualizing, it always starts with that process. I think it's an advantage because the discipline of architects are different when it comes to conceptualizing. Architects are problem solvers, if you look at it. Same thing that's why I apply that to fashion design as well. We problem solve for our clients. Yun yung pinaka, sometimes there's a client na, Francis, I want to look tall. Diba? Siyempre, with play of lines, with the symmetry and everything, there's a way to make her look tall. Kunyari, with the play of lines, I want to look thin. Biski medyo on the heavy side. Kahit pa paano malagyan mo lang ng bewang yan, matutuwa na yung kliyente.
Okay, lovely. This question is related. How does your philosophy translate to running your fashion business empire? Walk us through the thought process in designing and handling your bespoke business from sketch to atelier front.
My business is composed of different segments. We have the haute couture, we have the ready-made, and we have the uniform department. Uniform department is where we supply uniforms for big hotels and companies. So,
before you discuss each of the three departments, which one is the most profitable?
Alam mo lahat yan, may ibang segments kasi. Like, haute couture kasi, in one sitting down, it's a big deal because it comes with the service. Me being present all the time, me problem solving for them, me suggesting a lot of things. So, it comes with a price.
Okay.
So, miski konti lang siya, malaki ang
high profit margin. So, maybe there's a few of them, but the profit margin is really high. But it's not regular. Or it is as well. Kasi diba, there's a lot of balls, ganyan, and all
it
that.
needs to be regular because, like a fashion designer, how can you stay relevant in people going to you? Diba? So, it's like a niche market we're in. Saan ka ba magaling as a fashion designer? Magaling ka ba sa bridal? Magaling ka ba sa individual gowns? Magaling ka ba sa suits or sa barong? So, you need to find that niche. For us kasi, the brand caters to both men and women. So we get both. So for example, for a wedding, we do for the bride, also for the groom. For the retail part naman, it comes with designing already for the people, but it comes with an affordable price point.
Okay.
So that's where the parang it's like a sub-brand so that we are very accessible to a lot of our clients.
Pero sa retail, do you have a brick and mortar store?
Yes, we do have one in Shangri-La Mall.
Okay.
So that space caters to retail for wedding gowns.
Okay.
So yung mga hindi nila afford yung haute couture goes to that store.
Okay. And that's just one for now. I'm sure you will eventually expand that.
But what we do is, me and my business partner, RC Baltazar, nowadays you don't need to have a store.
Yes.
So, ang ginagawa namin, nakikipag-partner kami sa mga big hotels na kinikater din namin. And we do our own trunk shows.
Wow.
So, it's for a limited time so that they could access us. That, kuminsan pa nga, provincial ang ginagawa namin.
I see. And for the third segment, ayan, malalaman na natin saan pinaka.
Third naman, it has a particular price point, but it's more volume. Maramihan talaga siya. So,
say, what's the biggest number of uniforms that you've
number of employees is 5,000.
Wow.
So that 5,000 is times 3 because one person needs 3 uniforms for their work.
So, bigger quantity but at a lesser price.
Well, we have a computation already for the uniforms. Pag masyadong mataas naman ang uniforms, mahirap. We understand how it works. So, we try to make it affordable and options are given to our clients when it comes to that. It all boils down to their budget kasi at one point then.
Pero meron ka din bang like say minimum quantity pag ganon, like say for example, I can only accept orders if the minimum quantity is this. What's your minimum quantity?
One way to really lower down the price is getting a roll or a big bulk of fabric. So if hindi na kung konti lang yung order nila, we cannot give them that big discount because we're only getting a small part of the fabric. It's not wholesale, it's like retail already when we get it. That's why inaano namin na para bang we always have a minimum of let's say 100 people.
Okay.
Yun yung parang ano namin, yun yung para bang price point namin. Because lower than that, prices will go up naman.
Okay. So going back to the question, which of the 3 business models is the most profitable?
You know what? All the aspects of what we're doing is profitable. It's good to have a good team behind the brand. You know, I have a business partner who's very good with accounting. His name is RC Baltazar. May ano siya, may focus siya, and when it comes to arranging things, may know-how siya. So, in what we're doing, talagang it's nice to have that partnership. I'm the creative, and he's more of the business side. That's why every time we talk, sasabihin niya sa akin, "Oh, Francis, yung collection mo masyadong mahal. Babaan mo yan. You're a creative person, you know how to do that." So doon kami nagtatalo parate. And it's a healthy argument between an artist and your business partner who's into numbers.
Haute couture is known for pushing boundaries regarding design and getting those appreciated. How do you balance staying true to your design aesthetic and innovating for a fresh take, especially involving trends?
I guess you need to be aware of what's happening around you all the time. You know, with social media right now, it's very accessible. Our lives is run by social media, if you think about it. But take that to your advantage. Like for me, I would always open my phone and do my research on what's the latest trends, what's out there, what's happening in Paris, New York, or in Milan, because it's ever evolving and changing. Not right now, everything is in a fast pace, wherein you need to be aware, you need to be on the loop all the time, or else pag-iiwanan ka. Diba? So, you need to be very resilient when it comes to accepting those information. You need to have that awareness that this is happening already. You know, and you need to adapt to it.
You are celebrating a milestone of 25 years, which is a feat in itself. How have your designs and business evolved? Yun bang nakita mo ba yung buhay pa ba yung sketches mo when you were 8 years old? What was your transition like? How do you see yourself as a designer evolving into the Francis Libiran now?
You know, when I started 25 years ago, it definitely evolved a lot, you know, and part of that one is a lot of learnings along the way. You know, as you mature, you're very sure with what you're doing. And syempre, part of it, you need to innovate your work all the time. I mean, I think that's the key. You need to not settle on what's comfortable, but always challenge yourself to do something that's outside from your comfort zone. You know, para bang, yes, mahirap eh, pero it's fulfilling once you created something and you're proud of it. You know? So, para bang innovation plays a big part of it. You know? Pag malikot ang utak mo, yung ano talaga yan eh, para bang aandar at aandar yan, and you'll produce good quality designs. You know? And it's hard kasi 25 years na eh. So, syempre, there's newer designers.
Yeah.
They're more fresh. They're more current. They're young. I mean, of course, it's hard to compete with that. But it comes with maturity.
Yeah.
You know, you accept.
Sabi nga nila, age is always an advantage.
Diba? Para bang you accept and you're happy for them. You know, if they come to me and ask, "Sir, paano nyo ito ginawa? Because I want to be like you. I want to be your path." I would tell them what the path I did. You know, my journey in this 25 years. And it's always nice to see them grow. You know, I have a lot of designers under me in that 25 years. And right now, they're big names already.
Wow.
And I'm so happy that they're in that place. And I would always tell them and message them once in a while, "I'm proud of you."
A decade ago, your international exposure via a TV modeling reality show catapulted your fame further. Looking back, how difficult was it to break into the international stage? What are the opportunities now for labels and Philippine-made masterpieces to go global?
So during that time, social media was not yet that big. It was just starting. You know, just imagine a designer from the Philippines, and I got an email from America's Next Top Model, me being featured in their show. It's a reality show. So before me was Michael Cinco. So siguro they did the research that Philippines has good designers. That's why I got an email from them. So that time, it was really hard to penetrate Hollywood. Because you need contacts to really be featured there. Diba? It's easier nga now because social media is worldwide. Diba? So when you put your work out there, kita na ng buong mundo yan. Mas easier ngayon kaysa noon.
Have you ever thought of creating or establishing your base in key cities around the world?
You know what, nowadays, I mean, that's the plan. Before, when we were starting, we want to have presence around the world. But nowadays, it's easier. Even if you're based in the Philippines.
That's right.
You know, doors will open for you. Like we have clients from Dubai, we have clients in London, and it's easier with social media right now. We get a lot of inquiries. A lot of our brides are sometimes fly in from the States. They'll do their fittings, and then after that we do an online consultation, online fittings before we deliver our clothes to them to make sure that it's in good condition and everything fits well for them.
So, you know, related to that response, how do you embrace digital space, digitalization? Parang you have a team also that's very well versed in social media that keeps you abreast with the trends in what's happening.
Definitely, the brand Francis Liberan won't be successful without my team. You know, my team, para bang I have a creative team, I have our social media team, our marketing, sales. So lahat yan, puro mga bata pa sila. So syempre, pag naaano ako sa technology, ito ang bago, I listen to them.
Yeah.
I love talking to the younger generations because it gives me an insight on what's happening. Syempre, as you mature, you get comfortable with what's comfortable for you. Di ba? Andun ka lang, pero you need to exert effort in learning how to do things the way the younger generation does it. You know, you need to be para bang aware kung ano yung ginagawa nila so that the brand is young also.
Lovely. As you mentioned, there's a lot of new names, younger ones. But of course, as we say it, age is always an advantage.
Yes.
How do you manage competition? Kasi of the 3 departments that you run now, you know, each segment has their own competition. So, syempre, you have to be on top of that. How do you manage that competition?
Me and my team would always strategize on a weekly basis. So I try to meet with them, me and my business partner. We would have meetings with them on a weekly basis, segmentized on haute couture, retail, and uniform business. So parati namin inaano yung mga challenges of running that particular business because each segment has a different need. No? So para bang we try to problem solve, we try to correct things, and we try to mentor our staff who's running that department so that it's still relevant up to this time.
And staying relevant is hard, di ba? Oh my God, there's a lot of effort, to stay relevant.
It's very challenging. Actually, maganda na nga lang umupo at walang gawin di ba? Pero we need to exert that effort because if you're passionate with what you're doing, you'll stay relevant. You'll never stop. There's no such thing as rest when you're very passionate.
We always speak of the good things, but I'm sure you have a lot of heartaches as well, even before, di ba? Like say, going through that journey presented itself with a lot of obstacles. Can you cite, at least maybe a couple of these major obstacles, and how did you manage to overcome those?
Opening up a business is always a challenge. Talagang yan yung pinaka heartache in putting up a business. Siyempre ako, I'm very passionate with what I'm doing. I remember one incident wherein we opened our small atelier in Quezon City, and then may pumasok na client. Siyempre ikaw tuwang-tuwa ka, you just want to sketch something for them. And sketch ako ng sketch, ginawa ko na yung damit, I forgot to price when they picked up the gown and they said, Francis, by the way, my budget is only 5,000 pesos, ha?
Oh.
Okay. That's where I said, RC, I think I need to talk to you.
Okay. Originally, it was priced for how much?
Usually, a couture gown would be, ano yan eh, mga, that time,
that time.
around mga 50 yan.
Okay, 50.
Oo.
And then the budget that they have is 5,000. Wala na.
But you know what? I just gave them the gown because
Wow.
sabi ko, at least na-practice ko yung pagiging designer ko.
Ano na yan? Chart sheet to experience
Yes,
na
chart sheet to
yan.
experience.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay.
And along the way also, there's a lot of, dealing with clients is always a challenge because of the expectations. You know, na-master ko na nga yung para bang para bang a problem solver for them always eh. Kasi they come to you for a certain thing, and that thing is they want to look beautiful in what they're wearing.
What's the most difficult experience that you had with a client?
I remember one time, they presented to me a picture of an actress. For example, Ann Curtis. I want to look like Ann Curtis in your gown. Siyempre, di mo naman sasabihin na parang, but you're not Ann Curtis, diba? But I would divert the topic and tell them, you know what? Your shoulders are nicer than Ann Curtis.
Okay, wow.
Let's focus on that one.
Wow. Oh. So, kumbaga parang at least the attention goes to her na.
To her na.
I see.
So parang bang when it comes to challenging my design aesthetic already, na para bang no, mas gusto ko to over this one. I try to explain it to them, and sometimes I would go to wherein I'll make their idea and I have a backup with my idea because I know yung idea niya won't work. So I have this plan in my head that pag sinuot mo yan, I just want you to realize yung idea mo. So that it's easier for me to convince you with what I've done, that design for you.
Wow. So Francis, I think based on my understanding, it's really that communication then, between
communication and strategy on how you face them. I would always tell my sales team, you know what, dealing with clients or talking to them, you need to perform. You know?
What is the future and how do you manage to still be in the industry even with the advent of artificial intelligence?
We need to accept that AI it's going to be something big in the future. You know, I saw a lot of designs being done by AI. They're good, but of course, iba pa rin if it's you or a person designing for it. There's passion. It's not just one click of the button and it's there in front of you. The design process is such a wonderful experience. Conceptualizing the hard work that you put into makes your creation more meaningful than just a push of a button.
What's next with Francis Libiran after the Paris Olympics?
What's next for us? We just celebrated our 25th year anniversary last year. So syempre, it's like a marker that you're in the middle already and you're going to a path wherein, of course, we're all getting older. We want our next 25 years to be very sure with what we're doing. Me and RC would always think of ways on how to sustain the business by creating different product lines. So we started with the retail already. We ventured into perfumes. We want to venture into cosmetics, makeup, and scents, accessories, and bags. Because that's the direction.
What's your timeline for that?
I hope in the next 10 years.
Okay. When you look at the trends in fashion now, what do you see?
We're at the time we're in, there's no specific look when it comes to fashion. It's segmentized. Some could look vintage, some would love repurposed clothes, some would like baggy pants. Hindi na siya yung certain look like the 50s, wherein everybody looks the same. The 70s, where everybody looks hippie. Now it's segmentized, and you don't really kung ano yung pinaka-trend. And it's a matter of you being yourself and how you express yourself through clothes, which will make you very unique and stand out.
Wow, this has been a very interesting, insightful, and fashionable conversation with the Francis
Libiran. And thank you, RC, for making this happen. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
I'm Jamie Harold, bringing you business news and information here on Open for Business. 3.5 billion peso tire manufacturing plant construction begins at Clark Freeport. Japanese tire manufacturer Yokohama Tire Philippines Incorporated, also known as YTPI, started the construction of its 3.5 billion peso manufacturing plant expansion project at Clark Freeport Zone in Pampanga. Now, this project will also provide 500 jobs for Filipinos. Once completed, YTPI's production capacity will increase by 5% or an equivalent of 500,000 tires annually. Around 94% of its total output is geared towards export and the remainder for the local market. Currently, the country's only tire manufacturer is producing 10 million tires per year. The Department of Trade and Industry is eyeing to increase local rubber sourcing to 100% from 51% from YTPI's expansion project. According to the DTI, this will provide additional income for local farmers as the expansion means an annual domestic sourcing of 30,000 metric tons of raw rubber valued at around 1 billion pesos. DOF pushes for international merchandise passport. The Department of Finance wants the full implementation of an international merchandise passport to help Filipino products and businesses gain easier access to global markets. The ATA Carnet, an international customs document which serves as a passport for customs clearance throughout several custom checkpoints on a duty and tax-free basis, is accepted by a global network of 81 custom administrations. Once in place, Filipino businesses will have cost-effective access to international trade exhibitions, and this is according to DOF Revenue Operations Group Undersecretary Charlito Martin Mendoza. Accordingly, this passport helps ease business but also increases export and import activities, contributes to trade balance, provides jobs, and attracts more investments to the country. The ATA Carnet system was established by the International ATA Conventions and is governed by the World Customs Organization and the International Chamber of Commerce World Chambers Federation. DTI Secretary Pascual resigns, PBBM appoints Aldeguer Roque as acting trade chief. Trade Chief Alfredo Pascual resigned as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry to return to the private sector, revealed the Philippine Communications Office in a statement. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. has accepted his resignation and commended his contributions to the micro, small, and medium enterprises, further saying that Pascual's focus was absolutely correct and that the fruits of his policy are now seen. Pascual has an illustrious career as an international development banker, financial expert, and University of the Philippines president before joining Marcos Jr. cabinet. Following Pascual's resignation, PBBM appointed DTI Undersecretary for MSME Development Cristina Aldeguer Roque as acting trade chief. According to the Philippine Communications Office, Undersecretary Roque has been instrumental in leading the MSME development within DTI, executing various programs and initiatives focusing on micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, Malacanang said that Roque's dedication and leadership in the MSME sector makes her an excellent choice for the position. And that's the Business Roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
The Manila Interior Design Summit 2024 and are delighted to check out North Diamond as the leading distributor of luxury bed linens. North Diamond brings a touch of elegance and comfort to homes nationwide. Today we have the privilege of discussing their latest exquisite collections, innovative designs, and vision for the future of luxury living. Stay tuned as we dive into the world of luxury about sustainable beddings and linens with North Diamond and its hero product, Flores. This is very exciting because we see a lot of interior designers at the venue. We've interviewed you a couple of months ago. How are you doing? How's business? And why did you choose these platforms to really showcase your product?
We did a lot of events such as the World Banks, the MSME, and right now this is a very good option also so that we can showcase to them all these items or our products, so they will know we have the best in line, the high quality materials that we are offering to the market right now.
Speaking of the material of of Flores and the collections that you are featuring now, in terms of design, in terms of raw material, where is this coming from? And what's that collaboration that you have with the
All the materials are 100% natural materials coming from European countries such as Portugal, Spain, Switzerland. And the collaboration with Dirig for the Flores is the sustainability that we are catering. We are targeting now the B2B section. We mainly focus now on the hotels and establishments.
Ano ba yung kakaiba pagdating sa brand ng Flores?
This is 100% natural material, so this one is skin friendly. 100% natural materials coming from the cotton. The product is available right now in our platform, in the e-commerce platform, webshop, which is the northdiamondepsilon.com. So all products are available on that e-platform.
In terms of distribution channels, are you still solely doing it online, or are there any other means like a physical store before or a partnership program? Can you talk more about the program or the affiliate program that you'll be launching?
Right now, it is only available online, and the physical store is coming in the first quarter, and we are planning to open that one maybe here in BGC or in Makati. So that is the plan for 2025.
We aim to preserve these happy memories and help to sustain this kind of intellectual wealth we all have as individuals, communities, and nations, manifested in tradition and culture, craftsmanship, art and design, but also interconnects the cultures and traditions, simply the lifestyles. Established in 2022, North Diamond is the lifestyle agency and sole distributor of European lifestyle homewares made of natural materials in the ASEAN. Start of North Diamond's journey towards a sustainable enterprise is the partnership with Flores in Augsburg, Germany. As upmarket label of the Dirig Holding AG, Flores created a limited edition collection which unites tradition, craftsmanship, innovation, comfort, and design. The Flores Black Premium Collection. North Diamond indeed is connecting lifestyles where luxury meets sustainability. From the North Diamond Consumer Goods Trading, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Thank you. And our buzzword of the week is fashion forward. These are interested in fashion and wearing things that will soon become very fashionable. More than just a designer, Francis is an architect who sculpts fabric and a dreamer who translates vision into reality. His journey from drafting blueprints to sketching gowns is a testament to the boundless power of passion. His creations are more than just threads and embellishments. They're a testament to his unwavering dedication and belief in the power of Filipino design and materials. He's not just dressing celebrities, he's dressing dreams, weaving threads of innovation and excellence on the global stage. May Francis's story ignite a spark within you, whether your passion lies in fashion or a field yet undiscovered. Dare to chase your dreams. With a touch of innovation and heart, you can turn your ideas into the most exquisite threads of your own success story. And with that, our quote of the week is from Donatella Versace. She said, "Fashion is about dreaming and making other people dream." Thank you so much, Francis. Maraming
Thank you
salamat
very
sa iyo.
much.
Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo. Dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen. Feel the pulse and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. And thank you so much, friends. And I